Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live trading room for Thursday, September the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses, yes, yes, thank you. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So first off, on a personal note, shorted BBBY. Now, always have to be aware that those WSB guys could get a hold of it. But at this point, they haven't yet. So this is an earnings play. I saw this big gap down, this huge topping tail. Once that was done, shorted just under 18. I think it was 1787. I've covered most just under 16, around 15, actually 1591. I have a little piece left just in case it continues to cascade downwards. So that's a nice short to start off the day with BBBY. Now, yes, Palt is on the move. I don't know what's going to happen with it today, obviously. Yesterday was the huge day for it, along with the DATS and the GROM. The high yesterday, so it's probably, I would really be surprised if it took out the high of yesterday, but anyway, it is still on the move. Going to be harder to trade because of that high here, but now, crypto is a little bit alive today, except for BTBT. BTBT did a financing, and I think it was 593, so it's a little bit above the financing price. But a lot of the other crypto plays are up. I'm looking at GBTC. GBTC is, guys, William, watch out. There's CEI. It's not dead. CEI is not dead after that. Ooh, that was a horrible. If you were in it, that was a horrible downturn. But it is starting to pop back up again. Anyway, where's that GBTC? GBTC should be up. I'm seeing some of the crypto plays like Mara and Riot, Hut, and BITF. So some of the crypto plays are definitely up, with a rise in, obviously, Bitcoin this morning. PRGO, Perigo, PRGO is up on an upgrade. The price target of 63. They had some other news, something about, I think, an Irish tax settlement, but also an upgrade. And with a price target of 63. Well, it wasn't hard to borrow, so there was no big deal. Julian, it wasn't hard to borrow. Shorts were readily available. KPLT. Well, David, you have to, I don't know if you can't save your link. You have to go to the trading room every day. I have to do the same thing. I have to go to the home site every single day, click on trading room. I'll give you the link. Takes me about 4 clicks to get in. But people are in there now, but here is the link. VLTA is gapping down. I couldn't see any, I don't think I saw any specific news on it. Had some news yesterday announcing a couple of new patents for EV charging stations, but almost thought maybe this was a financing, but it is not. So VLTA is gapping down right now, almost an all-time low, within 10%. I couldn't see any specific reason for SDPI being up. It's up a lot though, up 33%. I don't see any specific reason. I keep scouring a headline. I don't see anything. AMTX, this could be interesting. AMTX. Agreement with Delta. It's a fuel deal with Delta. So it did pop up in the pre-market up to $21. More importantly, though, if you look left on the monthly chart, what do you see? You see 1877. So It is just a little bit below that high in that monthly chart right there, which corresponds to right here, right here on the weekly chart. So if it can get through, say 19, and again, it did pop through briefly, right up here, could have a little run, because again, if you look left, look at the highs over here around $27. So AMTX could be interesting today. OG is, yeah, it's still up. Onion Global, I know this was an IPO. I think they're is it fashion or something? Yeah, lifestyle brand platform. Okay, so it is up. I don't see any specific news on it. It's just Onion. Oh well, okay. Onion Global to launch the Luca Elite Club events in its KOC community. Okay. All right. So there is some news, such as it is. KSS is thumped it this morning. Downgrade from Bank of America. It's down 8%. That's a big drop. 154 million in the float. KMX, more expensive one. KMX is an earnings play. KMX is an earnings play, and it is getting hit also. I saw the downgrade for KSS, and it's almost there. I think they put a downgrade. Well, okay, let's take a look at what KSS is. I think I saw the downgrade was to like 48 or something like that, so it's almost right there. All right, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Well, actually, we have quite a few more upgrades than we have downgrades. Hardly have any downgrades. We have quite a few more upgrades than downgrades this morning, so let me get a few of them in. Oh man, BBBY continues down, guys. Oh. Just got to be careful in case those Wall Street bet guys get a hold of it, or people get a hold of it. So. Just a few more upgrades to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in now. And that's it. Absolutely real. I'm on the. I've covered most just underneath 16. But yes, I was late to the party. But I was, I'm not sure what. Well, I had to be late to the party. I had this topping tail. I waited on that one and got down underneath 18 again, and that's when I shorted it. 1787. So I've covered a lot around the 1591 mark, and I'm just waiting to see if it keeps going down. Okay, I'm just kind of obviously I got to keep an eye on it. I don't want her to have those guys get a hold of it at WSB. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, as I do now every morning. Take a look at the sectors, see what we could have in store for us today. All right, well, now we're getting back to normal. So energy is, most of the energy plays are down, only 15% are up. Utilities up, tech is up. Communication should be up, yes. So tech and communications are up, financials are up. You know, the market's going to have a positive open to begin anyway. So most things are up. And again, the stars right now are tech and communications and financials and utility. Well, interesting, utilities. Usually utilities are down when the market's up, but anyway. But the big news, I guess, is really on energy. But again, this can change. Once the market opens, this can change. But this is what we see right now before this market opens. Yeah, kind of looking at this blend. Salesforce powers up their partnership with Bridgeline's Hawk Search Site Search. Mouthful. Hawk Search Site Search software. She sells by the seashore. My goodness. Anyway, so there was some news. For Blend. It's a low float, but it popped up to 518 and it has pulled back. Okay, I'm just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in. RGC is sneaking in here. RGC. So, wow, another super low float. Boy, this could get crazy. Low float, up 21%. I don't see... Man, I just don't see any news on it. Yeah, I just don't see any news on RGC. Yeah, I did see Dole. Dole's actually in the watch list, I believe. I did see Dole. Where are they out of it? This is Irish, I think. Yeah, an Irish stock. So I do see Dole. Did have some news, I guess. And of course now it's an all-time high, Dole. So, well, I have to wait and see once this market opens. Just see what happens. There's the pre-market high around 18. All right, I'm hearing KPLT also. KPLT. KPLT. So what do we have here? So yesterday's high looks like it was around 582. So it's a little bit below yesterday's high. Lots of resistance though in this area. I don't know what to make of this one. See if there's any. Catapult announces its lease purchase solution and integration with Salesforce Commerce Cloud, terms not disclosed. So anyway, so I guess there is a little bit of news for KPLT this morning. SONM, this has been pretty active. SONM has been pretty active. At least I thought it was. I thought it was doing a lot more than this. Low float, 7.8 million in the float. Meanwhile, KISS is moving down. KSS, probably moving down past that target. Yeah, announces a $48 price target. Okay, so it's getting closer and closer to the Bank of America. Bank of America downgraded KSS, put a $48 price target on it. Looks like it's going to happen today. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on Bed Bath & Beyond. I want to see if it holds underneath 16. I don't have that much left, but certainly enough that if it keeps moving down. Actually, I should refresh my memory to see what sort of support there is on the longer term time frames. So obviously on the weekly chart, I can't see anything. So on the monthly chart, so there it is down here. I must have put some levels a long time ago. Let me just get rid of these lines. Well, the monthly chart. Yeah, so on the monthly chart, this has wiped all this out. So the next low on the month, I'm not saying it's going to get down to 1105, but that is the next low on the monthly chart. Better back the weekly chart out just a little bit and see what the lows are. So 1417 looks like the next low looking left on the weekly chart. That was back in, and it's still moving down, yay. And that was back in, looks like September of last year. So about a year ago, it's approaching the lows of about a year ago. $14.17 is the low about a year ago. So, in theory, it still has a ways to go till it sees those next lows. 1538. I didn't see 1538 anywhere. Just trying to. Yeah, I don't see 1538 anywhere. I'm sort of watching OG. I do see OG. It's on the list, my watch list, but 832. There's no but. It's taken all this out now. So the next highs looking left are way up here, 1157, and it's a relatively low float. Again, well, there was some news. If you want to call it, well, it is news. They did have some news launching the LUCA Elite Club. Whatever that means. I must be missing that. Are you sure you're not looking at the high? 1538 was the high. I mean, yes, it was the high. Anyway, we'll just have to wait. I just got to wait and see. Now it's popped up a little bit. At 16 might hold it. Looks like it's trying to hold it. BITF. So crypto today anyway is alive. BITF. HUT. I mentioned HUT, or maybe I didn't mention HUT, but HUT is moving a little bit. Boy, PRGO just getting kicked here. No, I'm sorry, kicked on the way up here. A price target of 63. Who put that out? I think that was Jeffries. Price target of 63. Well, guys, you know what's not over? GoGo. Look at GoGo. So GoGo, so the flyers earlier this week, Palt has a ways to go to take out yesterday's high. But GoGo, it's 1757 was the high yesterday. The day before was about 1778, so not that far away. Yeah, the KISS downgrade to 47, right? 47, I think, or 48, I said. 48. So we've got two opposite. We've got an upgrade for PRGO to 68 and a downgrade to 48 for KSS. Morning, Ija. Yeah, DATS is also moving, but they're not dead yet. So we have DATS in the GROM and the PALT. But GROM is not quite as active. It's only up 2 cents now, so it's not nowhere nearly as active as the other two. Yes, it is possible to make a living day trading. Yes, it's a pretty vague or broad question. It's also possible to not make a living day trading. All right, yeah, Real was mentioning the CLEU popping up. Big volume, low float, 2.9 million in the float. Coming into that, well, the 200-day actually is way up here. All right, everybody, we are getting set for this open. Market's going to open in a little over a minute. Let's have another great trading day. I don't know how we can top yesterday or the day before. Man. But GoGo, if it takes out those highs, I don't think it has any resistance really. I know it says 46%. I think it had to go way back to see these highs. So I believe I have put a price alert on the high of 2 days ago in case it takes it out. And VLTA continues down. This one is not shortable now for me. I think they were available earlier. All right, guys, market's going to open in less than 10 seconds. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, so let things settle down. And of course, I'll be watching my unusually strong option volume scan all day long. We're now open. We are now open. Okay, now I did see that news about Ride. So Ride is now the market's open, volume coming in. This has been a really beaten up stock, trying to crawl back somewhat. Okay, well, Coles now, KSS is at that target that Bank of America put on them. When you look left on a monthly chart, what do you see? 46.56, 48.65. So the weekly chart right here is 46.56, the same. So, I mean, it's got a little bit more room to run if it wants to. PROG, look at the volume coming in here. It's a big float, 102 million in the float. Lots of volume coming in. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all, really. PROG, I don't see any specific news on it. Another one, not seeing any specific news on it. I'm just keeping an eye on the Bed Bath & Beyond. Don't want to see it pop too much more before I just cover the last bit I have got. Again, it's early for me to take a trade. I like to see things settle down a little bit. I will miss the flyers. You know, I'll miss the ones that keep running, but I'm prepared mentally for that. Like Ride. I mean, I'm going to miss Ride. Whoa, Bed Bath & Beyond, it popped over 16, now below. Now the CEI, I mean, listen, it's a wild one, as you know. It's a big float. No, that's right. I think we have determined that the float is actually only about 25 million. That is actually the shares outstanding, I believe. So that's why it had the moves. You know, I couldn't quite believe that with 104 million in the float, it could have the types of moves it's had over the past month and a half. As I say, I'm missing Ride, but so what is the market doing? Dow is up, Tech is up, SPY is up, so there is no disconnect so far. As we noticed when we looked at the sectors in the pre-market. All right, there's the Dole. Dole, I think this is an all-time high. Am I correct? Yeah, an all-time high for Dole. But, you know, it's been up, down, up, down. You got up to 1787 in the pre-market. Got all the way down to 1680, so there's a dollar drop. It's starting to move. I've been told this is a Wall Street Bets play. This one from yesterday. Boy, this is still active. LICY. It was a choppy day, but boy, it's still active. LICY. EV play. GoGo. Look, I mean, look at GoGo. Look at this bottoming tail. I mean, look what it did in the first. It got up to 1745, right down to 1680, and now GoGo is above a high of 2 days ago. So it's not an all-time high, it's within 50%, but I think you have to go back a few years. So I don't think that's really big resistance. Now, I'm not saying it's going to keep going higher, but it's of interest now. Yeah, Orn I'm seeing in the gap up. Orn, yeah. So after hours, it got up to 763. It's a relatively low float, 28 million in the float, so relatively low float. All right, guys, so again, the CEI, very, very whippy. Look at this. I mean, I got up to 438 and then right down to 380. Those are big, 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 big percentage moves. So that was yesterday, I guess, and that was after hours actually. You're right, announces a contract. That's the Orion Group, ORN. So after hours, they announced it, and that's what popped it after hours. Volume coming in, again, a relatively low float. 140 times, 150 times normal trading right now. Does not, it does trade options, but it's going to have to really pick it up. When I say that, my minimum has to be 2,000 contracts before I'll see it in my scanner. The option volume percent, of course, is huge, but that's only on 277 contracts. Yeah, LCID, I know that's definitely a WSB favorite. However, it's moving down. Okay, very choppy. Look how choppy it is right now. Tank. All right, guys, I'm all out of the Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay, all out of it. Looks like it's trying to pop off 16. Well, it is popping off 16 now, so that's it for me. So I was out of most of it just underneath 16, so. So again, guys, in my option scanner, if I'm getting alerts for ones under 5, I'm probably, unless there's a massive gap, I'm probably just going to disregard them. You don't have to do the same, but KAVL, I didn't really mention it in the pre-market. I believe they did a financing, 4.7 million shares at $1.70, so it's way below the financing price. KAVL, and almost an all-time low. Man, LICY, yeah, I'm talking, so if you can't hear me. Oops, sorry for the caps. Yeah, I mean, look how whippy things are in the first 15 minutes. Look at GoGo. Just look at that 15-minute candle for GoGo. I mean, right up, right down, just unsettled. Meanwhile, man, oh man, LICY is just... I can say it now, guys. This is a severe rippage. LICY, it is not an all-time high, all right? I know it looks like an IPO here, but I don't remember what the SPAC name was before they became LICY, but whatever the SPAC was, it was higher than this when it was trading, because you can see, but it's getting close. Really? Well, it is definitely having a, again, I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, it says files for primary offering of 23 million shares. I mean, it actually does say there is some news today. They look like they're going to do a filing to raise money, more money. PDAC, thank you, Casa. I don't have Palt as a halt yet. I have it now. Palt just got halted, yes. And this was halted on the way up. Okay. Wow, LICY, unbelievable. Just really surging here. Yeah, well, it's not shortable for us, real. Us, assuming you're still with IB. Yeah, the OG is the onion. So after that bottoming tail all the way down to 787, it has popped right back up to 857. So again, these things are showing up. Nothing will happen in these two scans until at least 9:45. That is by design. But if you want to take early trades from my watch list, here they are. You know, it's up to you, of course. Meanwhile, VLTA, I think yeah, I don't know what's going on with this one. I mean, I had some news yesterday saying they announced 2 new patents for EV charging stations. That was during the market yesterday. No big reaction, really. I mean, certainly not a positive reaction. I don't know. I can't see if they've done a financing or... Not on mine, on the dole. For dole to trigger, okay, now I can tell you why. I've got a 10-minute delay. Okay, I put a 10-minute delay on both of those. So I wouldn't have seen this, and I wouldn't have seen that. Now, if it takes out that high later on, 1759, or it takes that low out later on at 1649, we'll see it. I'll see it. But I put a 10-minute delay. Just finding that didn't want to see the alerts in the first 10 minutes. Again, that's up to you, of course. You want to do the same thing. Well, the HTB, of course, means hard to borrow. The P, I'm not sure. Bonjour, Pierre. I mean, look at the OG. I mean, up to 890, up to 875, pulling back. All right, the first 15 minutes are in the book. So Gogo is at that high of yesterday, at least. Man, I wish I had shorts for this one, this VLTA. I think they were available earlier, but they're not available now for me. Anyway, I'm just going to have patience, waiting for something happening in my option scanner. Well, go guys, go now. Wow, 18 now, making a new high. What will happen with Pult? Hard to know. It says 1167, 1170, so there's really not a big clue where it's going to open. It was halted at 9:42 plus 6 seconds, so it should open now. Okay, it's obviously going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Okay, so this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. And this is what I'm talking about. There was the halt at 9:42. Most of the halts are 5 minutes long. So that's why I was saying 9:47 plus 6 seconds. But it's obviously going to be a longer one. And usually they are multiples of 5 minutes. What do I think about it? I don't know. I mean, I know what's the trade of the week a few weeks ago. Had some news, but you know, I don't like it. I mean, I just don't know. These never seem to be able to sustain their gains. So, you know, great if you took it, you know, right from here and rode it high and got out somewhere in the middle 2/3. Yeah, great, but. Well, this is Pult, okay, so this is not Grum. I don't think Grum is halted. All right, Indy on the way here. Indy on the way here. And this is, again, this is not an IPO. It's a SPAC that turned into Indy. How do I know? Look at the position in the lifetime range, 58%. If you looked at this, you think, well, how can that be? You know, it's right at the highs, but it was obviously a SPAC before, merged with this company, took them public as Indy. And it is 50 million in the float. The high right there is 1190. So, I mean, a lot of people will be looking at this thinking it's an IPO. Thank you, Casa. There's my my SPAC sleuth. And he's looking interesting, guys. I mean, the longer it holds over 12, I'm going to set an alert up here at that high, on the highs up here around 1218. and see if it gets back there and then just pops through on some more volume for Indi, INDI. Grom. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything really on it yet. I don't know. So you're obviously went long. You know, for me, I've got an alert set up here over 4. See if it takes it out at some point on volume, of course, always. Not 100%. It's going to be open. Not 100%. It might be. Right now it looks interesting though and along. How many shares are short? 25,000 at Interactive Brokers are available. I'm sure at some point, I mean, it's very parabolic on the 2. Oh, guys, I mean, it's a bit of a spread issue, 26.35, but it is moving. I'm sure. Again, I know what Real is saying. It's parabolic right now, but it is at some point. Of course, it's not going to. It's not. This cannot be sustained. Hey, there, you're right. Now it's over 4 for Grom. Okay, how well does it hold 4? That's the key. 4. That's psychological little barrier there. And remember, yesterday I got up to 685. So I'm going to have to reset my alert. See how well it holds over 4. It's a low, low, low float. 10.6 million in the float. Yeah, so it was a 10-minute halt for Palt. Wow, Indy guys, Indy. Again, I know what Real is looking at, but right now it is it's a great looking long so far. You know what? I haven't even looked at. Well, there are no shorts available for Grom and Interactive Brokers. How about E-Trade, you guys? Anybody with E-Trade? Could you have shorted Grom? All right, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just internal discussion taking place. All right, what is the market doing? So, SPY is, wow, it is flat, flat, flat. Look at this. Dow's up, tech is up. Still nothing in my option scanner today, guys. Nothing. And again, some of you may have, but I put a 10-minute delay. So I'm not seeing anything yet. That's fine. I have no problem waiting. All right. The bloom may be off the Indy now. Great alerts. Well, I don't know. Got all the way up to 1240, all the way up to 1250. All right, I know a lot of you were interested in this RCAT about 3 days ago, and I had that news, I think some NASA news, and it popped up, but it sold off 2 days ago, trying to rally a little bit yesterday, trying again. Probably more importantly, it is through the 200-day moving average right now, 351. That's the 200-day moving average. So, what chat page should you be on for daily trade? Well, you're in the trading room, so you're fine here, Chris, I guess. If you're chat, you mean here. Okay, you're off topic. Go to stocks only, if that's what you mean. That tab. That's where people talk about stocks, specific stocks. Space on the move here, guys. Space is... if there's any specific news on it, Virgin Galactic stock is trading higher today, coming into a lot of resistance though. There's the Indy move down now. So these topping tails up here on the 2 minute, the topping tail here, the big topping tail in the 15-minute chart, kind of telling the signifying that it might be over, and at that point it was. Now the big one, can it break 12? Yeah, don't do it. It's that simple. Don't do it. If that's your rule and it's working for you, don't do it then. Wait. You'll see me put a price alert for something. A little bit higher, obviously, than the current price. I'll put a price alert. If it doesn't hit it, it doesn't hit it. It doesn't trigger. I just move on. Now that's assuming that whatever you're doing seems to be working okay. Oh man, this is the one I wish we had had. I had had shorts for VLTA. Keep looking to see when it becomes shortable. I don't. It is not. Yeah, and just because I get a price, I should qualify that. Just because I get a price alert does not mean that I'm going to take the trade. It's just that now I know it's there. And now, what sort of a pattern did it trade from? Yeah, GoGo, I mean, what's the float in GoGo? Yeah, 45 million. So it's not high, it's not low, but it's certainly not high. Well, Indy went right back up, guys. So that was a kind of a, so far anyway, a short-lived short. No pun intended. Okay, so now I'm going to stick an alert at 11.96 and see if it takes that out at some point. I mean, I'm looking at Grom, and this is the definition of whippy. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart. I'll have to expand. In fact, what I'll do. So look at the 15-minute chart for Grom. Look at this topping tail, bottoming tail, bottoming tail, topping tail, bottoming tail. Real indecision right now. Very, very choppy. Gets back over 4. It could get going again, but you know, it is pretty choppy. Yeah, this has been another one of those little active stocks, little cheap ones, low float, 24 million in the float. High yesterday was what, 337 right up here. So yeah, it takes out that high. Somehow this must be skewed because my SPY chart is not moving at all. What if I take out the pre-market? No, not really. Well, definitely a different day for me than from yesterday. I had a great pre-market short with the BBBY, but certainly not quite the excitement of the DATS and the PALT especially, and then later on with the GROM. Lost sight of RGC. That was Yeah, well, first it popped. I mean, got all the way, got all the way up to 32. What time was that? That was at 9, just before the market opened. It was still up here at 29. Boy, very, very inactive day so far for my option scan. What time is it? 10? Usually we have a few by now, but hey, just got to wait. You know what one will show up if it makes a new high will be this one, ACTG. I see it's 500%, so it's 5 times normal, but it's only 1,300 contracts. My filter is a minimum of 2,000 contracts, so this ACTG could show up. But when I look left, what do I see? Yeah, I mean, it may not have enough room to move. Now, if it can get through this, if it does show up, 754, and when you look left on the monthly, it's got some room to about that 9 level. So yeah, I see they're all moving. CEI, PALT, DATS. The only one not really moving is GROM, GROM. It's not moving yet. Again, I don't know if this is just sort of an exponential look at this SPY 15-minute chart, but is the SPY as flat as it looks? I mean, there's a red candle forming here. AVIR. Yeah, the only news I see, and that was from yesterday, but that was during the day, is that they're going to be presenting at the Guggenheim, some conference. That's all I can see. Nothing specific today, but when is this presentation? But that's on October the 5th. So, you know, I guess investors or traders are anticipating good news. That's all. But that they don't present until the 5th. So maybe keep an eye on HBI, Haynes. It's through the 200-day moving average. It basically sat on it yesterday. It broke down through it. I thought maybe it was going to be an earnings play, but it is not an earnings play. Looking left on the monthly chart, the next low is 1696, so that's far enough away. That's about $1 away. And this just looks weak, 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 weak. Underneath that whole number. Yeah, Paul, you got to be careful. I mean, look, as Real was saying, I mean, look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, there's just indecision right now. Yeah, they're fun when they rock it, but I mean, look at this 15-minute chart. Topping tail, bottoming tail, topping tail, bottoming tail. Just kind of sitting here, almost doji-like. I mean, this is really indecision here. Look at the 5-minute chart. Yeah, I saw FAMI I don't know why. I saw FAMI yesterday. That's under $1, isn't it? FAMI? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, yeah, it's up 48%. I don't look at stocks under a dollar. China stock, huge volume. I mean, yeah, divide the float into the volume. It's a unbelievable volume. This will be trading the float 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 times today. Really? Well, let's say I'll check another source. I guarantee that whatever source I check will not have the same. Well, for instance, okay, I mean, I went to FinViz, they say 17 million, 17.5 million. They have exactly the same short float that we have. So, again, you can go to 10 different websites. I'll guarantee you'll find 10 different float information. Okay, HBI cruising down a little bit. Well, look at India, guys. India just made a new high here. Out of a little bit of consolidation too. How did I hear about Indy? Well, it showed up here at 947, at 1188, right in the basic new highs. You can see it. If you can see my screen, you can see it right there. Well, this is an interesting day. I mean, nothing in my option scanner either on the high side or the low side, which is very, very strange. Now, I have to make sure it's not broken. Just give me a moment here. Oh, okay, that's why. I was wondering why Indy wasn't showing up. So option volume has to be 300%. Now, you might say, well, why don't you reduce it to 150% or something? In other words, 1.5 times normal. Well, I could do that, but I'll probably see a lot of other stocks I don't want to see. But if this option volume keeps increasing, eventually this will show up on the option scanner, but it may be very extended by the time it does. Well, so far HBI has been an okay. I mean, it's just drifting down for me. Oh, this NCNA. Ooh, wish I'd seen that just a little bit earlier. 247. Well, actually 247. It's coming into. It looks like pretty good support. Had a pop yesterday, but as always, you can see with that red candle, that means it closed below the open. So it got up to 323 and it closed down here at 278 or so, and now continues down. I can't remember what the news was yesterday. Okay, Bob, just go into tools, symbol lists. First of all, are you watching? And you can hear me? Okay, so tools, symbol lists, and find it. And you just all you have to do is just like left click on it to highlight it. Okay, once it's highlighted, click edit list, and now you can go ahead and do it. And then okay once you've done. That's what I do every day. You know, on my watch list. I know it's not intuitive. I know that. Well, it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now for ALZN. So, don't know. I mean, there it is. There's the halt, 10:11. So obviously it's past 10:15 or 10:16 and 19. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, it'll be 10:21 plus 19 seconds. It is shortable too. And let's see. It's interesting. I'm wrong. So this today, at least, you see what it's saying. It's saying the anticipated could be, maybe, possibility of the open is going to be around 306. Okay, so it's halted at 275. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. William, I can only do so much. Man, it is 10:20 already. Well, Haynes is giving me a little bit. Now, the next low looking left, have to refresh my memory, was 1696. So we're getting close to that 16 level or 17 level. All right, everybody, it is now 10:20, so for about 10 or 15 minutes, I go into a little bit of a spiel about trade ideas, explaining some of the things you're seeing. So first of all, if you're brand new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I'm live on the mic. And the first link I'm going to put in is the test drive link. No, I got nothing because I have a delay. I put a delay of 10 minutes. Okay, JJ? So I wouldn't see Dole either up or down. I put a delay of 10 minutes on purpose. I did that yesterday. Okay, ALZN just open, guys. Okay, so I put in the test drive link. Yeah, just a minute. Just let me explain what it is. No. I put a delay, so I don't want to see anything until at least 9:40, purposely. Okay, not a. It's not that it's not real time. I just put a delay, if that's what you mean. It's like here, you don't see anything until at least 9:45. Doesn't mean you'll see something at 9:45, but notice you don't see anything. But here, you know, if you wanted to trade from my watch list earlier, you know, this is where the actual alert started. But I put a delay here because I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. And I did the same thing with my option scanner. I was just seeing things are just too jumpy. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Just go to, if you right click, configure, search, and type in time. All right, time of day. So there's the filter to use. Click on it, add the filter. So for instance, you see it says 15. So I will not see anything until at least 15 minutes after the market opens, as an example. Look at GoGo, guys. Okay, so on the other one I put 10. Okay, guys don't have to do that. I've just decided that's what I'm doing. So the question was, why didn't I see Dole? I would have seen Dole, you're right, on the upside and the downside, because certainly the option volume and the percentage is huge, you know, 3,000%, 30 times normal. And the number of contracts is fitting the bill. The relative volume is fine. So all these filters would have been met had I not put a 10-minute delay on. I would have got one on the upside and one on the downside. Now, on the downside, I could still get one if at some point it takes out 1624, because the trigger is the low of the day or the high of the day. I'm sure I'm confusing everybody, but I know what I'm talking about. So let me get back to the test drive, okay? So that link I put in called the test drive October 11th to 22nd, this is what you'll see when you click on it. So in less than 2 weeks we start, and it is from the 11th to the 22nd as the text says. So that is a Monday to the following Friday, a week the following Friday, or a week Friday, 11th to the 22nd, 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. Up, and I should always say it like this. Just like it says, you need to sign up you have to be able to take it from the 11th to the 22nd in order to get 10 trading days. If you can't start on the 11th or you can't go to the 22nd, you'll get a portion thereof, all right? If you are a standard subscriber and you'd like to take a look at our premium service, you can also upgrade for those 10 trading days. Now, if you sign up today, all you're doing is pre-registering. You'll get no live data until the 11th. That's when it starts. Okay, so please don't sign up and then say, go to info@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, where's my data? Just all you have to do is read. Okay, it doesn't start till the 11th. Once it's over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. So again, if you've ever wondered about Trade Ideas, this is a great time to try it. Now, if you're also going to do it, I put a link in called 20 Lessons for Non-Subscribers. And if you click on that link, If you click on that link, this is what you're going to see, the introductory lessons. So, if you're going to take the test drive, you should familiarize yourself a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about and some of the basic features. What is a top list, building them, alert windows, okay, back testing, introduction to the AI, Holly as we call it, and Brokerage Plus. So, do yourself a favor. Get prepared. Go, guys. Go is going. So from my watch list, not bad, 1779. Choppy, very choppy, but, it's been a kind of a choppy day. Now, I'm also going to put my homepage link in because my homepage has a lot of information on it. All right, so in this main trading room, you'll also see my tab, Barry's homepage. There's a tab there. It's available all day long, of course. If you click on it, there's the link that I also posted. So when you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So when you click on Get Trade Ideas, our website's a little quicker today. So we have 4 plans, an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Annual premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a little bit. Again, not having a great day. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to go on an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, on my homepage, first of all, save my link. There are 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern. And all of the education that we have is right here. Most of it is strictly about trade ideas, the introductory lessons that I talked about. Daily support sessions. There's a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time as this one. I do take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. I will put the link in for YouTube if you want to head over there between 12 and 1. Today is Thursday, so that should be Jamie. Daily webinars, we're on the Monday-Wednesday cycle this week, so that's it for the webinars this week. Next week, they're Tuesday to Thursday. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos about trade ideas, okay? How to start your trade ideas from scratch, information about the AI. But also here, if this has nothing to do with trade ideas, but Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. This is a 36-part, very short videos, introducing you to the world of trading. Starting off with what is a stock? Okay, and we created some ebooks also. These are all free. So there is a lot of information on my homepage, including my scan section. All right, well, GoGo just showed up, but it's going to be pretty extended, I see. But who knows? Maybe it'll just keep ripping. That's from my option scanner. So here are the scans. This is a sample layout. It looks a lot like the layout that you see. Here is my favorite scan of all time, moving higher with unusually strong options right here. But I have other scans that I've created. You might want to take a look at them. These 4, gap up and gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. So there is a lot of information on my homepage, especially in these 2 sections. Save the link, and then you can take a look at this whenever you want. Okay, I see that Grom got over 4. Well, guys, of course, while I was doing my spiel, GoGo triggered from the option scan. I'm not in it. I'm going to wait and see if it pulls back a little bit. All right, so again, what is Trade Ideas? If you're into this, or if you're seeing this for the first time, we are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan I put together. So if you're looking to build your own scans, this is an example of one. Basic new highs and lows. This is what it's looking for. You always start off with some filters. So I'm looking, stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. Now, if you took this scan, if you like this scan, but you said, you know what, I don't like the price range, though, you can always change it. If you wanted to make it 10 and 100, you just make the change. I'll click on the summary, see how it has changed. Okay, I'm not going to do that. So if the filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks today. Now, the great news, you do not have to learn a programming language to use Trade Ideas. If you right-click on an alert window and click on Configure and then Search, you'll see all of the alerts and all of the filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all. What we've tried to do is create enough of them so that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scans. That's why they're all there. I use probably 0.5% of them. So, if you're new and you don't want to build your own scans, you don't have to. I'm sharing a lot of my scans. And also, if you click on New from the toolbar and click on the Dock Channel bar, all of these channels, these are all theme-related channels, and they're all layouts, and they all have scans in them. So, if I look at the momentum scan as an example, here it is. Here's an alert window, so TMQ. You can click on it, see what's happening. But more importantly, if you like this scan, you can right-click, configure, and see what it's looking for. If you like this whole concept of what it's looking for, again, you can change the price range or, you can do different things with it if you want. But if you like it as it is or make the changes, and then, you would say, okay, then you can save it to the cloud. You can save the scan to the cloud. Okay? Why would you do that? Well, now you can go to another channel, say the stock surging channel, and you see the action is heating up right now. You might think, wow, that's kind of an interesting one. Okay, maybe you want to save that one to the cloud. Saving individual scans to the cloud allows you then to if you want, you can file load from cloud, and then when you'll see them up here, you just highlight it, load it, keep doing that, thereby creating your own layout without really having to know how to create any scans at the beginning. Okay, so we try to make it very, very, very easy for you. Of course, you want to create your own scans. You have the ability, if you want to do that, of course you can. But for a lot of people, customers, they don't want to create their own scans. So we've created a lot of scans for you. So look at ALZM. I'm just looking here on my option scanner. I do notice that it came in at 346. So the first thing I would do is I would look and I'd say, okay, there seems to be a little bit of resistance right here, right at 350. And that's kind of where it got to. But it could keep moving. I mean, I have a bit of a bias, negative bias for the ones under 5 from my option scanner, as I mentioned yesterday. But, I mean, it does have some room to 4. If it can get out to 350. So obviously if you can take it around here and it move to 4, that'd be a nice percentage gain. I'm not saying to do it, but that's basically what I'm looking at. But again, I have a negative bias now for the ones showing up on the option scanner with the ones under 5. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do to watch it. Click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is what you'll see. Whoops. This is what you'll see. You'll see this window here. Again, not having a great day. The alerts come in. There's a price. There is a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. You can use this like a watch list. Sometimes the AI is early into a trade, and you might not want to take it. Or if you click on the alert, you don't like what you see on the on a chart, you don't have to take the trade, of course. Okay, I use it like a watch list. That's all I do. I like the ones, if I'm going to take something, it's usually the ones under $20, and I'll use it like a watch list. But how you use it will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, okay, when you got this alert, this is what you should do. Well, this ALZN is in a very interesting level here. You might want to keep an eye on comp also, guys. The next high looking left is 75 cents away, so you might want to keep an eye on comp. The longer it holds, it had some volume that came in. The longer it holds over 13. It's a big float, but it's trading 2.8 times normal. All right, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it? 10:39. I'll be back at about 10:45, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. So, I was talking about the comp right here. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see here, this big blue screen. It's called Brokerage Plus. It's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, not available. I'm going to put a link in. Okay, I just put a link in called the Brokerage Plus link. Okay, there are two videos. The first video, the short video, if you happen to have an IB, Interactive Brokers account, or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade your account. It explains how. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, and it's also relevant for the my next topic is using this as a simulator, okay? Using it as a simulator, paper trader, doesn't matter who your broker is because it's using our real-time data, okay? Now, I just want to point out though, because people hear me when I first started by talking about Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. If you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. Just means you can't use this feature. That's all it means, okay? You can use, we're a scanner first and foremost. You can use this with any broker you want. Now, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this window. It's a feature. It's there. If you want to use it, great. Now, as a simulator, your heroes talk about this all the time. Before you commit money to the market, you really should practice trading. All right, well, so far my bias is correct. Not like, I'm sort of flipping here, but on the ALZ end, I'm just really not liking these ones under $5 for my option scanner. I may put a minimum price of 5. You know, you don't have to, but I'm just seeing that the ones under 5 just don't seem to have the follow through. The only thing preventing me from doing it now is just in case we had one that looked like it had a lot of room. But you can just see, I mean, look where it topped out at. I mean, look at these, I mean, right there. That's where it topped out at. And it fell from there. So unless, you know, had we seen none of this, it was all below the price and we had a clear shot to 4, you know, that would have been a hugely different look. I don't know how to help do a refresh, but of course you can't help me, or you can't help me, you can't hear me. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to take, let's just take this trade, comp, okay? I want to just show you, what's the spread like? It's not terrible. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. It's about a 4-cent spread, but that's okay. I'm just showing you now, talking a little bit about money management, placing stops. I'm going to put a stop in. Again, I know I always say this, but just to make the math easy, my stop is going to be 13.11. Okay, when you get into a trade, the way I trade, and a lot of people in this room trade, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. You can't just, you know, faith and hope is not a trading strategy. Okay, so, you know, you should have, in my opinion anyway, you should have a stop. Where are you going to get out if the trade's not working for you? Now that, of course, is only going to come with practice because, you know, if you're sitting there thinking, well, that sounds logical, but how do I know where to place my stop? Well, again, I know how I do it, you know, and I'm not saying this is where I would, if I got into this trade, this is where my stop would be. You'll see why I put it there to try to make the math easy. But I usually size up on a chart if I'm going to take a trade where I think there's a support area so that if it broke down through support, I want to be out of the trade. Some might use the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the previous 15-minute candle. They might look at a moving average. How you do it will be up to you, okay? Whatever starts working for you by practicing. Okay, so that's the first step, knowing where your stop is. Then that will share size you. How? Well, when you get into trading, you should not probably, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, what I do is I always risk $100 a trade, again, to make the math really easy. So by risking $100 a trade, this is going to share size me. How? Well, I take my entry, which was 13.31. I put my stop 20 cents away, again, to make the math easy. So it's 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 a trade, I divide 20 cents into 100. Presto, I get 500 shares. Okay, so it's not like I'm taking 500 shares or 100 shares every trade. The number of shares I take will vary depending on the difference between my entry and my stop price and how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. I always keep the same risk amount per trade. I don't go, well, this trade I'm risking 100, next trade I'm risking 1,000, next trade I'm risking 50. I always try to keep it around the same amount every single trade. That's how I trade. And then lastly, but maybe even more importantly, obeying your stop. Sometimes it's incredibly hard to obey your stop. You know, you can practice for a long time and then feel you're getting the hang of it, and then you take that first trade and everything checks out. Again, should preface this by saying when you get into trading, in my opinion anyway, you should be looking for reasons not to take the trade. Maybe it's, if the volume isn't there, if there are reasons why, you should have a bit of a checklist, and it shouldn't be like 100 long, otherwise you'll never take any trade. But you should have a checklist, and if you can't check them all, then you should not take the trade, in my opinion. So, even if you check them all and you take the trade, guess what? Even the best setup, the best news, the best everything, sometimes they just don't work. So the hard part then will be to convince yourself to allow yourself to get stopped out even if you think it's the best darn trade in the world. Okay? Because now when you start second guessing your stop and you start thinking, it's going to come back. Now I'm down, instead of $100, I'm down 200. It'll come back. Now you're down 300. It'll come back. On and on and on. Okay? So really, it's hard though. It can be very, very hard to obey your stop. So that's it, guys. I mean, that's my spiel on money management and all, and getting into trading. I think it's so important to have, you've got to have some money management techniques. Otherwise, you're just not going to last. Meanwhile, as Zach is talking about Grom, and yeah, it's back over 4. It's been choppy. It takes out that high right there at 430. That could really get it going, especially if it comes on volume. You'll always hear me talk about that. All traders are looking at right now is, wow, what if it could get anywhere close to 675? That's all they're looking at. That's what happened yesterday. Yeah, give me a moment. Guys, just give me one moment. All right. Grom, well, again, it took this out. Now, guys, it is a low float. If you're new to trading, it's a low float. You've got to be awfully careful. If you took this one, you just got to be really careful. You cannot wander away from your computer, okay? So be forewarned. I mean, look how whippy it is. No, DATS is on the move. It might be dragging it up. I don't see Palt on the move, though. Now, I do see this AUVI was halted and resumed a couple of times. Okay. Now, here's another one, guys. You know, from my option scanner, the PROG. You know, I'm just not wild about it. Now, maybe I should be a little more wild about it. What do we see over here? Yeah, again, I just see all this over here. It's not that far away. You know, imagine if all this weren't here and it was all still under here and we had to go back, say, 2 years before we saw highs like that. This would become very interesting. That's why I'm going to hold off putting a $5 minimum on it, just in case, you know, we get that one day of a cheap one that has just a ton of room. Well, you know, this is what I said. I mean, I said the Grom. I mean, if you're going to take something like a Grom, you cannot wander away. It's that simple. You know, there was I mean, it got up to what, 460. So if you were able to take it in this 420 level, you know, I don't know how it wouldn't, you know, I don't think you could have got out right at the top. It was so quick, but somewhere in here. And then, you know, so you've got to trade these. You can't hope that they're just going to keep going higher. Or, oh yeah, it'll get back up to 675 like it did yesterday. You can't think like that. But all traders are looking at, they're looking at the possibility of something like this happening, but you know, there's no guarantee, of course. Now, DATS is DATS is still, I mean, that's the one that started the whole thing. DATS started all this, and then Palt came along a couple of days, and Grom definitely a late joiner to this sort of party. We're talking social media. Oh, I do recall. I do recall. All right, wow. So we have had a big change in the market. Look at the Dow now. That was, you know, very positive. SPY's down, Dow's down. Tech is up a little bit, but I don't. And here's the Indy now. Now the Indy is below 12. Now let's see if it can really start to fade from here. Just watching this Indy, as the longer it holds under 12, it starts moving down. I'll probably take this short. Has 1194. I mean, it breaks 1194, then look left. I mean, 1122. So, especially if the market starts to keep drifting down like it is. This is not a recommendation. I'm just kind of pointing out what I'm seeing. Genie pop. Let's take a look at Genie. Genie pop, no kidding. I mean, look at the volume that came in. On that, I mean, it's traded at 1.5 million shares, 1.3 right here, right there. So it was doing nothing until, so I don't know if there's any specific news. I mean, they did have some news at 9:53 or 9:10, actually at 9 o'clock, actually at 8:05. So it's been certified by the state of Connecticut, number one, and then expansion of its agreements with Entain and BetMGM. Entain brands with a full NFL offering. So it did have some news this morning, but really, no, I mean, I guess you could call this a reaction, but kind of choppy, like anything. Very, very choppy. All right, I don't want to lose sight of this Indy in case it really starts taking out that whole number. Yeah, so far no go, so I have to put, so this is what I'm talking about, but putting a price alert. You know, I'm going to put my price alert right here around 1196. You see the bottoms of those 5-minute candles? So I just put a price alert, I would say 1193, and wait, if it happens, it happens. Doesn't, it doesn't. But I'm not anticipating the move down. I'm just putting a price alert, and again, if it happens, great, I'll know about it. If you're not using our price alerts, you're doing yourself a disservice, in my opinion. Price alerts are so simple to do. You just click on New, and then Price Alerts window. This is the window that you'll see. Okay, notice my price alert right there. So, if it triggers, it'll move right to the top because I've sorted on the triggered time column. I can put a sound alert on it, so I cannot miss it, okay? And the reason is because I minimize the window. So if I do get an alert, this window will pop up on my screen. Meanwhile, HBI is just doing a slow drift down for me. Been in this one since 1787, is that right? Yeah, 1787 on the short. Well, I think the moment of truth is still coming up for Grom. Holding 4, not too badly. Okay, so a word about what you're seeing here also, okay? You see I have a max P&L, total P&L, distance from exit price, all right? So this is a good gauge to see how good are your exits. So the max P&L, what that's telling me, this is all in the simulator, of course. What that's telling me is that if I could have got out of comp at the very, very high, so right up here, okay, I would have been up $67. As we speak, I'm up 42. That's not bad. I mean, to get, so this is, but what you don't want to see is say a max P&L of 500 and now you're only up say $10 or even worse, you're in negative territory, okay? So this will allow you to kind of manage your exits. People are always talking about, man, I'm no good on exits. Well, exits are hard. It's one of those things in which you get out of something, you watch it keep going higher, and you say, man, why did I do that? Or you don't get out of something and it keeps going lower. Man, why didn't I get out earlier? This will give you, this will help you a little bit seeing how good are your exits. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit this one. Okay, I'm going to flatten it because I want to show this next column right there called distance to exit price. This now will tell you, okay, how good was my exit really? What I want to see if I went long something, I want to see a big negative number here. What that would mean is that where I got out, it's way below. Okay, that's what of course you'd like to see when you exit something. Well, I'm telling you, that Grom is that is a tough one right now, guys. This is trying to hold for barely. Well, I'm actually watching it. I'm trying to see if I can find any kind of an entry. But it is pretty. It's probably a little too whippy right now for my tastes. Well, Prague is not really, in my opinion anyway, Miss Janet, it really hasn't broken. 141, that's the alert. I mean, it has room to maybe this 160 level, yes, but I think that it could stall it. Now, it's a huge volume for it. It's almost traded half the float. And listen, this may go. This may go. Is there any news on it? It's always helpful to see if there's some news on it. Yeah, listen, I may be wrong. I may be wrong in the Prague. I mean, if it breaks right through all this, so look out. Yeah, okay. Look, guys, I am so far. Well, I don't know if I'm wrong. I'm thinking this could stall it right where just another couple of maybe 5 cents or so. Well, I mean, it's not an easy trader, the Grom. You know, unless you take fewer shares and try to hold on through the whips, and maybe it starts to approach yesterday's high. You're welcome. I don't know why that happened, TV, but yeah, it happens. Everybody's so many different computer configurations out there. Sometimes, you know, you log in, you can't hear, you can't see. There's no real rhyme or reason to it, especially if before you haven't really changed anything. All right, well, maybe it's going. Grom. Okay, just one moment. Ah, yeah, the menagerie. Grom is a big tease right now, right around that 420 mark. Okay, guys. Well, look at Indy. I mean, Indy held. Indy held that 12 mark. I mean, look at this. I mean, I had my alert set down here around 1193, waiting to see if it would take that out. Would have been probably a pretty awesome short had it done that, because when you look left, you know, there's that 5-minute candle, the low, 1123. So that could have been a nice 70-cent drop. But look at this. I mean, it held and it's moving. So. Well, I'm going to wish you luck on that one, Poe, because I have dabbled a little bit here on the Grom. Not too much because I think it's still too whippy. And I'm in just a little bit lower than you. But I've got to watch it like a hawk. It's basically where I bought it right now, so. Boy, Gogo, you talk about a whippy stock. Look at Gogo, up, down, up, down, up, down. I think it's up again now. Look at this, up, down, and then popping right back up again. You know, I mean, it's not a crazy low float, 45 million, but it's trading like it's got 2 million in the float. Okay, I'm out of the Grom. I'm going to just forget about it. Yeah, that's what you said. But was that today though? I thought that was a few days ago, wasn't it? It was just now. Oh, I thought it was I thought that somebody had put a 20 on there earlier. Yeah, I took a little loss on the Grom, so the only way, it's just too whippy. You know, I just find it a little too whippy. You would have to probably get a bid of 430 or something for me to get interested again. All right, guys, it is 11:15. Now, if you have a lot more Brokerage Plus type questions, Jamie is a real expert with Brokerage Plus, so he'll be in the YouTube room. I don't go over it very much because I don't think, quite frankly, a lot of people in this room use Brokerage Plus. So, you know, as a simulator, I talk about it a lot more. But if you are somebody who's using Brokerage Plus and you've attached it to your IB or E-Trade account, Jamie uses it a lot. So he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Yeah, no kidding. Short the pops, short the pops. Except for Indy. Indy, what was really, you know, OG now. It hasn't been easy, but now it just made a new high. OG just made a new high. So again, if you look left, I mean, this looks like an IPO here. It is not. Well, maybe it is. Let's see. 1171 is the high. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, maybe this was an IPO here and not a SPAC. Maybe. I'm looking because it's 70%, and that looks like that price right there is about 70%, 1181. So yeah. So keep it. Aha! Now look at the AMTX, guys. This is the one I was kind of interested in. The AMTX, there's an alert I have set right here. It did come into the option scanner. A bit of a spread issue. The reason why we saw this in the pre-market, look right there, there's the high, 1877, so it has taken that out, but you know, I'm all about a whole number break. And then when you look left on that monthly chart, I'm not saying it's going to get to 27, but boy, does it have room. On the weekly chart, All right, guys. Well, let's see how well it holds 19. There's some volume that came in. All right. Well, okay. So it kind of did what I thought it would do. Remember now. We had the alert for Prague at 141. So again, I looked left and I thought, man, it just doesn't seem like it's going to have enough room to go. And look what it did. Got up to 158. What's the high here? 165. Not quite there. I just thought all this would block it. So far, it did. So that, again, that's why my bias is against these ones under 5 from my option scanner. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on this AMTX. The longer, if it can hold over 19, well, it has a shot because it's got the room. It's got the room, guys. I mean, just look left. It's pre-market, in fact. Look at this. I didn't even realize this. Look at the pre-market. It got up to $21. So I think this is a pretty good one from the option scanner. I'm not telling you to take the trade, but down to 47 cents. I hope it, well, first of all, I hope nobody is long that one right now then. But I hope it works out for you, William, though I know you will not hold on to 47, down to 47 cents. Now, it's a little bit above the 5-minute Bollinger Band, okay? So there is that for the AMTX, but the longer, I don't know, the longer it holds over here, and again, we get another volume pop. Okay, now for some reason I had an alert for Grom underneath, so this is ugly now. I'm not in it anymore, so I took a little loss on it. Whoa, short overnight for CEI. Okay. Can I be a bit of a cheerleader? No, I keep thinking you're shorting this one. My goodness, yeah. Yeah, what a move. I mean, what a move. I kept thinking you were trying to short this one. All right, guys, we have a winner. I mean, we have a winner now with the AMTX as far as I'm concerned. Now, you can trade it, but That is a winner. 1890 on the alert. 1958 right now on the bid. I mean, that's a winner. Again, you know, you can trade it. Don't think it, you know, just because, you know, we see this big void. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but well, we had one in the 5, we had one in the 2, with the 5-minute RBI, yes. I like it when a plan comes together, because I mentioned this in the pre-market. I said, you know what, guys? I mean, even had it not showed up on the option scanner, I didn't know it was going to. But I was really interested in this one, you know, based on the pre-market activity. But again, don't be afraid to trade some. Now, how interesting. Remember I was saying the comp was going to show up? The comp was going to show up because the option, what was wrong with it? Maybe the option volume percent wasn't over 300 at the time. Or maybe, might have been the relative volume, because my filter is, it has to be at least 3. So now this is showing up, but let's take a look at it. Let's look left on the daily chart. 1396. So I mean, it's got some room, not a ton. You know, I mean, it's got maybe 50 cents until it's probably going to hit some resistance. So it's not perfect. All right, sorry about that, guys. I am another internal discussion. All right, guys, I am completely out of the AMTX, but I'm waiting for round 2. Okay, see if it. Again, it was a quick one. And on a day when the market now is starting to, though tech is good. Now, this is a big float also for comp. Big float. 177 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move. We need a volume. Need some more volume. Oh yeah, you've got to be nimble. I mean, this got up to, I think 1974. The alert was at 1890. I didn't take it at 1890, but that's almost a dollar move. You've got, in this market, well, all markets, unless you see something, it's a low float also, 25 million. So it's going to be really active. I mean, this could come right back. I'm out of it now. It could come right back. But I probably had a few too many shares, when I took this one. So that's why I wanted to be very nimble. No, I won't go in. I won't do the cul-de-sac story right now. But okay, the float. Let's take a look at one that's very low. Okay, so the float. You see the float is right here. Hopefully you can see my screen. You see for AMTX it says 25 million. So the float is the available number of shares, or the number of shares available for trading. So typically what happens is you have. If you go to a website, you'll see a stock will have a certain number of shares outstanding. And then what you start to do is you start to subtract, the shares that the CEO, all the C-suite guys hold, maybe some big mutual funds, because those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. So you start subtracting those from the shares that are outstanding and you get the float. All right? So okay, so this one, Pult, has 3.75 million in the float. Now, personally, I consider anything that has less than 20 million a low float situation. And you can see right here, and so the lower that number, if a stock is in play for whatever reason, and by play, it could be an earnings release, it could be a press release, or it could just be the stock du jour. The traders are piling into it. Look how much volume has traded, 70 million, all right? 3.75 in the float. I have here a float turnover, top list. So that has turned over 18.8 times as we speak, on the way up to who knows by the end of the day. And that's just done by dividing 3.75 into how many shares have traded. So, I mean, when a stock does that, that it is really in play. There's a lot of interest. It could be on the downside, could be on the upside, okay? But that is basically what the float is all about. It's the supply. So if you have low supply, which is very low, 3.75 is very low, and high demand, there's your volume. This is why a stock, now granted it has been moving down, but that's why you'll see, like yesterday, I don't know what it was up, 200%, 300%. That's the only way a stock can do that, if it has a low float and high demand. You will not see Facebook unless something incredible happens, which, it's not going to happen. Facebook will not be up 100%. Why? Look at the float, 2.37 billion in the float. You know, it's only, you know, it's only traded 4.9 million shares today. You know, not even close to the float being traded. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense. It's all to do with supply and demand. Low supply, high demand, stock goes up. But, you know, with these low floats, when the rug gets pulled, as you hear that expression, all of a sudden, with those low float stocks, if all of a sudden the demand, whoops. Come on. See how the volume is, see the demand is withering right on the vine. Here's the high demand. You see these volume bars right here? And all of a sudden, you know, the sellers get less enthusiastic and the buyers get less enthusiastic. The sellers take over. The buyers are not willing to step in. So you can just sort of see, you know, the demand is drying up. That's why, you know, I'm a very simple trader. I look at price and volume. That's my main focus. Or the Dow is just getting whacked here. Tech is still up a little. Well, the high demand will drive it up, but all of a sudden when there is no more demand, people are trying to bail. When you don't have very many shares in the float, you know, people are scrambling to get out of their positions. There's just not that much, you know, whereas Facebook, if you were, I mean, with 2.3 billion in the float, if you had a decent position, you wanted to get out, you're not going to affect the market that much, okay? But if you're trying to get out of something that has a very low float and nobody else, and you can't find a buyer, okay, I'll do the cul-de-sac. Because what time is it? 11:35. Because I think this probably hammers the point home better. All right, you're in a cul-de-sac. I know, a huge cul-de-sac. There are 100 homes in your cul-de-sac. Okay, you want to sell your home, and you list it for $500,000. And for whatever reason, there are 10 people that want to buy your home. Well, what happens typically, right? They start outbidding each other. So, you know, you've listed for 500, but some guy comes in, well, I'll give you 550. The next guy comes in and says, well, I'll give you 600. On and on and on. Okay? That's a wonderful situation to be in, right? You just sit back and let them fall all over themselves trying to outbid themselves. So all of a sudden, maybe you get $1 million and you only listed it for 500,000. Because in your cul-de-sac, you were the only one selling. So, for whatever reason, in your cul-de-sac, you were the only one selling, low supply, and again, for whatever reason, maybe there's somebody getting wind of a rezoning application, and you know there's going to be multi-million-dollar condos put up. Who knows? So there's high demand, and you're the only one selling. It's great. But what happens though if all of a sudden you want to sell your home? And your neighbor wants to, and you list it for 500, but your neighbor wants to sell also, and 10 of your neighbors want to sell. And your neighbor really wants to sell. So he or she lists it for 450. And then the neighbor next to that person lists it for 350, and so on. And there aren't very many people interested in that cul-de-sac. You've only got one buyer looking at 10 homes. Well, you're in a buyer's market, right? But you're not in a seller's market. So the same thing. You're now wanting to unload your shares, but nobody really wants them. And so what happens is you have to keep dropping your price, but guess what? Somebody next to you, sitting at a desk somewhere, halfway around the world, wants to do the same thing. So starts dropping their price, and so on. That's what happens when you see a stock just cascading down. So it's wonderful when it's on the way up, but it's not so good when it's on the way down. It has to be in a cul-de-sac because I like saying cul-de-sac. Okay, guys, my headset is just about ready to die, so I'm just going to change my headset. All right, HBI has had a little jog up, but it's still fairly relaxing short. I'm just holding out maybe for that 17 area. All right, a little disappointed in the AMTX, but what I'm doing with the AMTX is for later on, is just setting an alert up in this area around the 1930 area. It may come back later on in the day, but with the market drifting down the way it's doing, it's probably tracking the market a little too closely right now anyway. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, I am now, okay, what is MIRM doing? Well, let's take a look at the channel bar and take a look at the sectors, and we'll check out retail. Let's see what's happening. Now recall this morning, everything was up except for, in fact, oil or energy was down a lot more. Energy, you can just sort of see energy is making a bit of a comeback here. You know, this morning, I think only 10% of the stocks were up. But look at technology, guys. I mean, at one point, when we looked at this in the pre-market, I think it was about 83% of them were up. Look what's happening. Financial, it was about the same. 83% were up. Look what's happening. Consumer staples, okay, so 100% in this ETF are down. I mean, look at the Nas now. So the market is getting thumped, SPY's getting thumped, and tech is losing it now too. So that is a big market turn. I mean, if you were here, when I opened the room at 9, I think about 9:15 or so, we take a look at the sectors, just kind of, a glimpse to see what could happen. A complete and utter turn. Because the only sector that was down was energy. And energy is actually making a comeback. And again, this is available from the channel bar called the sector status. And you'll notice in the latest version of Trade Ideas, the production version on our website, you can go to our channels and click on them and your layout will not disappear. All right, just a confirmation. It is Jamie in the room today at noon. So when I take my break, in fact, I'll do it now. You want to head over there at noon, Eastern time, of course, when I'm on my break. And you can listen to Jamie for an hour if you want, 12 to 1. Yeah, so right now, unless something is really, really that alpha stock, the one that is completely and utterly trading on its own, I'd be very reluctant to take anything long now. Peloton. PTON. Zach was shorting this one. All right, guys, I'm just, again, following an internal discussion. You're asking, is Volta bouncing? Well, first of all, bounces will work a lot better if you get the market on your side. So I don't see a big bounce yet for Volta. I mean, it did bounce a little bit, but I still don't know what the reason was for this one moving down. I mean, yesterday it announced a couple of new patents for EV charging stations. Muted reaction to it, really. I just don't see it. It looks like it's a financing, but Okay, Volta plummets after SEC frees up. Oh, okay. It's funny, I don't see that in IB. Now let's just for fun take a look at the champion meme stock. It is getting thrashed now too. Boy, what a level takes this out. I don't know. I don't know, memers. Here's the 200-day moving average for GME. AMC, I haven't looked at AMC for a while. Yeah, they're all looking the same now. Indy has been actually pretty darn good considering, it's a semi, but it's been pretty darn good. And it had a little bit of a fall, but it's certainly not falling with the rest of the market. This is kind of trading on its own. WLTW, WLTW. Oh, man. Yeah, Palantir. I mean, I don't think any of the meme stocks are doing well. You'd like to think maybe that's all over with and then one day you see all these crazy things popping again. All right, I hate to say it, but Grom is back over 4. So, Still have my alerts set up here. Or reset them, I should say. Well, so far, guys, drip, 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 drip for Haynes, HBI. Again, that 1696 is the next low looking left on the monthly. I'm pretty sure that'll be the next low looking left on the weekly. Yeah, so I mean, that's all I'm kind of waiting for to see how close it can get to 17. And at that point, I'm sure I'm going to bail unless something crazy happens. I mean, you can see if it takes out 17, boy, you look left and then you got 1562 or 1583 down here. So, and this, so I mean, the things you do don't all have to be low floats. 344 million in the float. What that usually will do for you, though, it'll prevent massive swings. Okay. HBI, I'm talking, Zach. Well, it's too late now, but You know, I've been short this since 1787, so it's just been drifting down, down, down. But again, with a big float, you don't generally get the big swings, which makes it easier to kind of stay in the stock. Well, I'll look at it, but I won't trade it. But I will look at it. Yeah, it's way outside the price range that I trade, but so it's done nothing today, really. The relative volume is it's only trading half normal. Like, what are you looking at? Like what to do what to short it to go long? I mean, right now I don't see any direction really. I mean, it's moving down the last 3 days. This could hold it, 144. Yeah, well, right now I don't see any advantage, but I mean, I don't see any advantage at all. I mean, it's just in a downturn. I mean, China, of course, I don't see any advantage. I mean, it might pop. What would you be looking for? Like a 150 from 147? That's a pretty low percent. But I'm not a financial advisor, so but that's what I see. So don't, you know, if it pops to 160 tomorrow and you didn't take it because you're listening to me, you know, don't listen to me. But seriously, I mean, I'm not a financial advisor, but this is a sort of, I mean, it doesn't really matter the price. If I saw this on another stock in a price range I would like, I'd be just looking at it going, yeah, not interested. I mean, plus with all the stuff happening in China, I mean, I don't know what to, you know, you've got a couple of things. You've got China, you've got not just the company itself, but, you know, all the things that are happening with China. To me, it just makes it something I'm just not interested in. Not on any sort of a long-term trade anyway. I was asked about CEI. Well, I don't really know what I can add to CEI. I mean, you know, it's still up for the day, but you know, people have been trading it on the long side, on the short side. And if you're asking me what do I think it's going to do, I have no idea. You know, obviously if it gets back over 4, it could have a jump a bit, but you know, it's just really not doing too much. Chopping around in the 2-minute chart, chopping around in the 5-minute chart. No real, to me, no chart advantage when I look at it. No, I cannot. I know you're kidding. That's the one I was trying to remember. The AVIR. I should have kept. Oh, now it's short. Now it's a short. Okay. This is an alpha stock, though. You can tell. I mean, it didn't care what the market was doing until now. Finally, I get some profit taking. All right, guys. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. I think he'll be here at any time. So I'm going to go get my announcement in. But slim pickings, certainly from my option scanner. I mean AMTX was great, but very, very quick. Very, very, very quick. And I thought the comp had too much resistance, not that far away, so I didn't like it. Very different day from yesterday. Now look at the Dow. Wow, Dow is getting thumped. Tech has now gone negative, or the NAS has gone negative. Yeah, all to do with that Chinese education, Evergrade, Everglade, whatever it's called, Evermore. Quoth the Raven. Nevermore.
Okay, hi. Did I grab the stream there, Barry? Okay, hi. Okay, I think I have the screen now. I'm not sure Barry was ready. um, but hello, everybody. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. I'll be your host for the next hour moving forward. Hope everybody's doing all right. As Barry was just talking about, the market starting to break down just a teensy bit. Hello, Iris. Okay, so I'm assuming that you can see and hear me okay, yes? Anybody else see and hear okay? All right, thank you, Jacques. One quick moment. Okay, just as a reminder, this is the hour for the live support session. So if you have any questions, just use the questions panel and let me have them. Likey, that one was a good mover yesterday, but as Barry was saying, very different action today. Let me get my pen up here. One short I thought would move a little bit more vigorously is this KMX. It's taking its time. One would think that with current market conditions we'd get another little push here. Kind of eyeballing a little target area. Just right there, getting close. Yeah, the question is, can I think of a good scanner for shorts? Well, that's kind of open for interpretation or a little subjective there. It's really about market conditions and then taking hopefully the scans that you have set aside for shorts and then sometimes even inverting some of the long scans that you have when you see these things butting up against potential supply or resistance. If we take a look at the unusually strong options volume scanner today, the one that is based around things hitting highs, you can see Dole, first one out of the gate at a price of 17, pointer, where'd you go? 17.27. Stock's currently trading at 16.93. GoGo was up earlier. Let's see what it is now. 1852, a little bit of in the money time, but notice what's happening here. These are lower than the entry prices, right? And based on overall market activity, a lot of us look to the compare counts in the first 15 minutes of the session to maybe give us a little peek at what might be in store. And I tell you what, let me take a peek here at what I got this morning. So this morning, my big cap movers were 53% to the downside. Okay, this is not a huge bias by any means, but typically, we don't really see a lot of downside biases. They're starting to show up now. So just looking at this gave me the idea this morning, well, it's going to be a slippery slope, and usually when we don't have good upside bias above 55% one way or the other, then that opens the door for some downside action. When we start to see negative biases or bearish biases, as we do in this case, even though it's not beyond 55%, it still gives you a little bit of a heads up as to what might play out during the session. So do I have any that are on my desktop that I typically look for shorts regardless of market conditions? And of course, all right, every day, right, I look at this guy for good short plays, regardless of market conditions, because in up markets, there are always going to be a handful of stocks that are motoring to the downside, just as what we're seeing today. You still have stocks. They're going to be nice up trades or upside trades. It's just you're swimming against the current, so to speak. But then again, I'm a very simple trader. Check this out. I just pulled Mo up, all right. My turbo breaks down, looking for accelerated volume on the relative side, looking for things hitting lows, because I like to try to identify these opening range breaks, okay. This little guy was perfect right here, all right. 15 minutes. If we wanted a little bit more to work with here, we could always just back this up to 5 minutes. And we can see the open today and then right here, as opposed to using 15-minute candles. I'll just put an arrow up here, make it a little easier. This candle right here. Seller in control, little gap down, sellers in control, then buyers and sellers become equal, forming this nice tight little range here. And then when we get the low with the big volume here, this would have been a great trade to put on here. Very little risk for identifying the risk area here, not including the entry candle, which is this guy here. We just use the high of the prior 15-minute candle, which is this guy. Never even really threw any elbows, and we get this nice downturn. So the goal is just to always have something on your screen for the long and the short side. Maybe, one window, 2 windows. It really just depends on how much you like to keep your eyes on any given trading day. JBL a little stretched out, but trying to make it move over here. Tell you what, I got to cut my sound here. Barry's going to blast my eardrums out. There we go. So, once again, always have a couple of short tickers on your layout. Always have a couple of longs. Now let's take a look at the high options volume. Have these guys been motoring the right way? Look at this DLTR here, kind of lining up perfectly with what I like to see. What we just saw in the MO here. Notice the similarities in the pattern here. Down move, little flagging action, and then a break. Check out DLTR. Very similar, okay? Gap down, sellers in control, consolidation period, and a break. Looks very similar to MO. Of course, this window's looking at new lows as well, but we're also folding in the options activity as well. So every single day, I've got 2 of my favorite short scans, 2 of my favorite long scans, watching the AI and a few other windows that I'll pull up from time to time. But 96.48, this guy's 2 points in the money today. KMX, also. Very similar pattern. All right. Boom, we got the break here. We got downside, we got sideways movement. This thing could very easily move lower before the day is out. But looking at the entry price here, 131.02, nicely in the money. RGS, this guy's been all over the place, been all over these tickers the past couple of days. Coming through the high side, coming through the low side. That one out of the money, probably by about 15 cents. And XLRN, just a teeny bit in the money. From 174.49, 174.37. So whether you're going in the direction intended for the ticker, or whether you're fading some of your upside moves based on what you might be able to map out as far as potential supply on the daily, obviously EVH, not really seeing anything visible here on the daily. And right behind here, of course, we can see things that are still hitting all-time highs, even in a market such as this. Okay, so I know when the markets get like this, a lot of people kind of clam up, but I can see we've got a pretty decent crowd in here. So once again, hit me with some questions if you got them. In the meantime, I'm just going to search my cloud for something that we were looking at. See if this guy's been holding up. I would say probably not, considering the past couple of days, but we'll see. Yep, not doing too good this week, but not such a good day yesterday for the longs. Of course, a lot of back tests have kind of fallen apart as of late as we continue to test this area that we're potentially going to approach before the close today. Volume is definitely kicking up here in the smaller time frame. We got over 2.5 normal on the 1, starting to get close to 30% above normal on the 5, and 40% above normal on the 10-minute time frame, and a pretty healthy relative volume reading for the SPY in general. The question is today's down move because of profit taking on last day of quarter? Well, I can't definitively say that that does or does not have any impact on what's happening in the market. You know, as we've been talking about ad nauseum in the 5 o'clock Eastern webinars, whether it's me or Steve or Andy or Dan and Brad, you know, it seems to be, in my mind, it's purely technically driven. Okay. As Steve Gomez would like to point out, you know, we were trying to resolve as we bounce back up into the pocket, or what he refers to as the armpit. As you can see here, the 10 period. It's the same 10 period that I have on my 15-minute intraday. And ever since, you know, we gapped down, came back up here and fought, that 10 period is still kind of ruling the roost even on the daily. So, you know, once we had the failure to close above that 10 period, got that toppy wiki day yesterday, and now more downside continuation. You know, so my eyes are all over this area right here. This is going to be the next test, all right? And in my opinion, perfectly technically driven. But getting back to your question there, Jim, that could be a factor as well. I just have no way to really determine if that's a big factor or not. Okay, and Kurt, I think I know what you're referencing there. The question is, the red and green zones above and below the stock determined. So I think you're talking about this little shaded area right here, right? And notice when I draw a line over here to the right margin, what you're seeing is that's coinciding with our profit targets and our swing exits that are built into the charts, okay? And they just automatically appear regardless of the thing that you pull up here. So looking at the SPY now, but let's say I just pull up a stock at random. All right. You're going to have the swing exit here. Well, hold on a second. These are mainly for the larger tracking ETFs. And that is an old price alert that I had on there, so we'll just get rid of that real quick. But notice the colored area is perfectly butting up against the smart stop, the swing exit, and the profit target here. Same thing for the Qs. Same thing for the diamonds. And Iris, I mean, kind of what I was talking about earlier. I mean, it's really what you prefer to watch. You know, as I stated earlier, here's a short window that I keep up all the time. Here's a short window that I keep up all the time. These are both for scalping, all right? And if they look good on the daily, well, then you can, you could turn a decent day trade into a swing trade, assuming things look favorable on the longer term, daily, weekly, whatever longer term, look you prefer. But as far as a short scanner for day trading, yeah, turbo breaks down, my favorite, unusual options activity, going the direction that they're intended. But sometimes, depending on who you are, some people like to fade, right? Take a contrarian entry on one of your long scanners on a day like today where there is selling, the market is weak, stocks that might be running into resistance. Pardon me while I check on my blotter real quick here. All right. Little nastiness, but not too bad. Got to take our lumps along with the green days. So, Iris, getting back to your question again, on days like today, we don't want to try to fabricate brand new short strategies because the market is down, because that's a little, too much after the fact. So it's always best just to have a couple of your favorite short side and long side scanners up at all times, or easily accessible via your cloud. And I got to tell you, on a day like today, to see what do we got here as far as the AI, not quite 50%. You would think that the short plays would be performing a lot better than what we're seeing here, but not the case. So it'll really be interesting to see once we come kiss this level here. Do we stop? Do we bounce? Do we push through? Do we start to consolidate a little bit longer? Which would be my guess. Maybe we'll see a wick through here. But until it happens, we do not know. Okay, what about things hitting all-time lows? As I scroll through this ticker here, which is pointing out things hitting all-time lows, notice the color, okay? They're all in the blue. Now there's 3 different color codings here. The big boys above 4 billion are going to be in green. Notice we didn't see very many of those. But the 2 to 4 billion category seems to be the dominant market cap that we're seeing hit all-time lows over here, and the yellows are sub 2 billion. So there's a green one. I think we had 2. This guy. CP&G been kind of taking the slow death march for a while. And what was that other green one? We just kind of get, I guess that was it. The only green guy. Skills. Yeah, I got a request for the all-time low scanner. No problem. Let me just make sure it's back on real time here. And when we were trending up in the market, the all-time low scanner typically was good for some counter plays, because typically when you see this type of activity here, it's always nice if you can pull off a short here and they just keep going, but not quite so easy. Once we get into no man's land, it looks very scary, but a lot of the times here lately, when the market was trending up, they'll just put the brakes on and you get some nice reversals. But just as with stocks hitting all-time highs, do they just keep going? No, the potential's there. It'd be nice if it was that easy, but still like to throw some elbows, not only on the downside, but things hitting all-time highs as well. Of course, no big surprise today. A breakout to all-time highs, putting in this nice toppy wick here. I don't know what happened to my formatting here. But once again, not a lot of big cap names coming through here either. Dole. That one went on a nice little run not too long ago. Yeah, you could do that, Iris. The question was flipping all-time highs, but this is the inverse. You know, this window and this window, that's exactly what they are. Because even though we've got 3 different color codings and 3 separate strategies, obviously, if we're looking for things at all-time highs, we have to be at a minimum of 100 with, you know, this filter. So really inverting this is really just changing the alert from new high to new low, and then changing the setting in the lifetime filter. So you can see here, position and lifetime range, 0. So this is the inverted version of this. Right, and once again, 3 different colors, green, yellow, and blue. You can see, oops, uncheck that guy. The green market cap has to be 4 billion or higher. For the blue color, market cap is between 2 and 4 billion, and the yellow is sub 2 billion on the market cap. So big boys are green, little guys are yellow, medium 2 to 4 billion are going to be in blue. KMX still taking its sweet time. Another short that is working for now, but you know, just gazing right here, we seem to be at a stopping point, going all the way back to what appears to be July of last year. Let's take a look at the weekly. And the same little area of, hey, it's done it before, 1, 2, 3, 4 different times. We'll see if this time's any different. Sure, I can drop this one in there too, Iris. And there is the other cloud link for the all-time highs. Kind of unusually quiet out there. I would expect with today's market action to see these windows a little bit more active, but that's not what we're getting here. Matter of fact, these windows are relatively quiet for the action that we're seeing here. Understandable for the upside. The downside one I would think would be a little bit more active, which just tells us the SPY, let's see, I keep forgetting what the symbol for the equally weighted SPY index is. Let me see if I can get somebody to refresh my memory real quick here. Yeah, I think it's RST. Or not. RSP, yeah, there we go. So this is an equally weighted tracking ETF for the SPY. What do we got? Down 1%. The SPY, which is heavily weighted in the big tech stocks, only down 0.87. If we look at the equally weighted ETF, down 1.23. Somebody trying to spam me with Skype there. Thank you for the ear blasting. Oh, come on. Pardon me, I'm probably gonna have to kill that real quick here. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay. Is there a way to have an alert sent to your phone or email? Ooh, I hadn't talked about that in a while. There is a part of the Trade Ideas engine that does support text messaging. However, it's old as the hills. Let me see if I can find it for you. I can't even remember the last time I tried to access this part. And we've changed things up a little bit, so give me a second. Okay. So here's the link that'll get you there, Kurt. And then when you get there, what you're going to see are these three little drop-down tabs. What you want to do is you can open up Account Management, and then you can click on Email SMS Settings. Now, as I was saying earlier, this tech is pretty old, and what you have to do here, assuming that you're logged in, is put your cell phone data up in the, let's see, that's email. And then you got a little bit of information to absorb there. But we have the old school collaborate functionality. And you can see I've got a couple of old strategies in there from a very long time ago. So you would have to input the strategies using the old school collaborate. And what I mean by that is if I take an alert window here, notice we can collaborate. And notice how long the string is versus, say, a cloud link. You know, if I generate a cloud link, you get one line, nice and easy. But if I generate the old school collaborate string, which is not a cloud link, this is the first way that we introduced to the scanner how to share scans among users. And the old email SMS config uses the old collaborate functionality. So that's how you would get a strategy in there. So you would copy it like that. And then, let's see, edit. Or, as I said, it's been years since I did anything with this. We just paste the collaborate string in there, hit update. Okay, and now you can see the strategy has been inserted. Then, of course, once you either got your email or phone number properly inserted, anytime you wanted these strategies to fire off the signals, you would just enable. So, Kurt, hopefully that's enough to get you started. I would just recommend getting in there and playing around with it. And then if you have any other questions, just let me know. And if I can answer them, I will. But like I said, this is some of the older tech. Probably 2004, 2005 tech. All right, just making sure I didn't miss any questions here. And it is definitely quiet out there. S&P taking a little breather here. What are we looking like as far as the 10 period goes? Yep. Interesting. Not quite down to the low of last week, 428.86. Would not be at all surprised to see that. And then, of course, we can see a little bit more detail going back to the daily. Okay, let's zoom out a lot. Let's just see, okay. Everybody's thinking the wheels might be getting ready to fall off here. Okay. Well, some interesting little gap there. You know, this month, and today is the 30th. Let's see, that one was 802, so this monthly candle is about to close. We get on down into this level right here, it could get very interesting. Just looking at a different time frame there. That, or we just bounce right back up. Line in the sand right there. Correct. Put this back on 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For about the past 25 minutes, we flattened out. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here's the 45-minute mark right here. So we've motored from 432.30 down to 430. So we've dropped about 2 points actually in the past 45 minutes. Trying to find some footing here, but what a show. I mean, it seems to me like this is a foregone conclusion here before the day is through. If we bounced right here, I'd be very surprised. 429, what was the low of that candle? 428.86, so I'm no prophet, but 429 sure does look like it's part of the script today. And the RSP doing the exact same thing. Apparently Vivint cares not. It's starting to peel off a little bit here. What was the high flyer the past 2 days? I think it was this guy. Yep, United Natural Foods. Turning in some pretty good earnings, and looks like it's finally having its red day after 2 monster green days on Wednesday and Tuesday. Kicked out earnings just a couple of days ago on the 28th. And needless to say, they were favorable. Q's only down 0.3%, SPY down 1%, and once again, the equally weighted tracking ETF for the SPY. Well, apologies, I can't type today. RSP down 1.35%, so actually down slightly more than the big tracking ETF for the SPY. Ah, I see somebody's taking a shot at Tesla short. Gotta say I like the look of that. Getting right up to that little area that could act as potential supply. And then we got the wick back through. So yeah, I like the look of that. Jose, I was just commenting on that. I mean, especially with today's action, you would think all of my windows here would be a lot more active, but instead, you can hear a pin drop. And it's on days like today where everybody in the trading community, I don't care if it's Twitter, trading rooms, across the web, everybody's just kind of like deer in the headlights right now, just waiting. Looking at their blotters, going, oh, okay, well, it's not getting any worse, or it's only getting a little bit worse, or just waiting for this move to fulfill itself. And of course, it is lunchtime in New York, so we know how that goes. There's Likey from yesterday coming through the option scanner. Not only is it doing crazy volume for the common, as we can see here, 4.84. Going to sleep a little bit on the 5-minute, but 3 times as many options trading today as well. No worries, Jose. I do that from time to time myself. Oops, wrong time frame. Tell you what, let's scroll back a little bit here. Dollar Tree all over the place because yesterday, hey, we're going to sell things that cost more than $1. Okay, all right. Then we got a big inside day today. Big up day, big inside day. I always thought that the dollar places always sold things that cost more than $1. I thought that was more just a marketing thing. Apparently not with Dollar Tree. I'm currently fighting strategy set up using IB. Any samples you could provide, please? Okay, Gilbert. When you say fighting strategy setup, are you just talking about getting the strategy into Brokerage Plus? So we're just talking about getting the strategy. Okay, so yeah, if you could be a little bit more specific as to what you're having issues with. Is it getting Brokerage Plus set up and connected to IB? Right, and I'm assuming that you've watched the setup videos and you have all the settings in place as far as exceptions and all that good stuff, right? So are you able to get the green bar? Okay, so let me just pull my Brokerage Plus over here and connect. I'll just connect to simulated for now. Okay. So when you do connect to interactive, of course I'm connected to simulation right now just to show the green bar. But are you able to connect to IB and get the green bar? Or, I guess the first question, did you ever get the green bar? Okay, so you get the green bar, all right, and then let's say you go to strategies, right? And you know how to load the strategy from the cloud, correct? So have you been able to load the strategies in as well? My issues are, or are we talking about setting up the strategy and the trade instructions? Because if you're connected, then you've done all the setup properly. Otherwise, you'd never get the green bar. So is it setting up the trade instructions like we're looking at here, or you just tell me the specific thing that you're dealing with here, and I can try to duplicate it here? Oh, okay. So I think I might know what you're getting at. Okay. Notice these strategies were already in here. Okay. Now, once I got these strategies loaded up and I got all my trade instructions set up, right? It's very important that once you do that, I always do this. I right click first and I say save as default. And then I always come down here, and once I get strategies loaded up and settings in place, I always come and I save my layout, and I just save my default layout. That way, the next time you pull up Brokerage Plus, all your strategies will still be in there, and more importantly, all your trade strategies will be intact with the settings that you inserted in there. So, is that what you're witnessing? You know, you might come back in here and the strategy's not there, or your trade instructions are all wrong and you have to go back in there and resubmit your instructions every day. Is that what's been going on? That's what it sounds like, but based on what you said, I'm always having to recreate them. So once again, once you get things set up, right click, save as default, and then it's always a good idea to save your default layout as well. So I think that's what you were getting at, but let me know if I'm on the right track there. Correct. So when you're designing strategies, right? Let's say I just been working, let's just pretend that this is the one that I configured. What you do first is just save the individual strategy to the cloud. Boom. Now it's in there. Now we can easily right click here because you have to load from the cloud in this interface here. And then we'll see that one pop up there. Double click on it, add to existing. Now I've added that thing again. Then once I come in here and set up all my trade instructions, right, point to my proper account, so forth and so on, right click, save as default, then save your layout. Now if you just do regular save layout and hit default, that's just going to be the default layout that opens when you first fire trade ideas up. Of course, you can save that layout to the cloud as well. It's always a good idea to have backup in the cloud as well as saving your default layout. Okay, good deal. That should get you sorted out in that with that little line of problems that you had there. Pardon me while I get a little drink of water. Kind of feels like they're saving the show for the last hour here, which we still have quite a bit of time left in the session, about 2 hours and 18 or 3 hours and 18 minutes to be exact. The calm before the storm. Okay, questions panel is open. No big surprise to see USO moving in an upwardly direction today. A lot of the times, but not always. When the market's going down, oil and oil related stocks tend to go up. Also, you'll see conglomerates, typically like Procter and Gamble, a lot of the times. Heaven, not today though, not today. But USO taking a little leg up here. What's gold doing today? Gold is up as well. It's also not uncommon in a down market. So SPY gapped up and gold gapped up. So am I looking at the right chart there? Yeah. I noticed your Brokerage Plus is more loaded with symbols and time. Well, are you talking about these guys right here? Oops, give me my pointer. Talking about these symbols and times here? If so, even though these strategies, these are on actually. Let me see here, but we haven't had anything fire. But let's say these were all off, okay? Even if all the strategies are pointed to off, okay, you're still going to see the last symbol that the strategy spawned in these panels here, and then it's just going to show you how long ago that was. That's why we didn't see anything executing, even though these strategies were active initially, because the last signal had fired well before I logged into demo mode here. In my strategies trade screen. Okay, so it's not this one. Are you talking about the AI panel here? You talking about this panel? Right, strategies trade. So this is the AI's trade panel, right? All trades that the AI has spawned today. And of course, these are always going to be identified over here by the entry time. So if I resort this column, if I resort by entry time, you can see 840 was the first AI trade. Of course, I'm in the central time zone. That'd be 9:40 Eastern. So right about 10 minutes, into the session. And of course, the AI having a little rough patch today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 signals, of which only 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 10 are currently profitable. The rest are in losing mode, and we got 2 stop outs here. One on the short side, one on the long side. So Gilbert, if you're looking at the AI All Trades panel, you should see exactly what I'm seeing here. And you can always spawn a new one by going New. And you can spawn the strategies or the AI trade window just by clicking here. No worries. Glad to help. Of course, while we're talking about the AI, I'll just go ahead and show you the panel as well. So whereas this is the AI trades plotter showing you each and every trade, what segment was responsible for the trade, here are the strategies that the AI came to the party with today. Quite a few of them. But just because a strategy makes the cut doesn't mean it's going to trade. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The bottom 5 strategies here have still yet to issue a trade. Maybe before the day is out they will, or they might just remain silent for the session. I hear you, Gilbert. Especially if you're new to trading, you got a lot to absorb. And when you start bringing in more advanced tools like the AI, well, yeah, you got your plate is full, so to speak. But welcome to the TI family. A great place for beginners as well as intermediate or seasoned veterans. We got something for everybody. Little time check here. Okay, we got about 10 more minutes till the top of the hour here. Yeah, you're new to the product, not new to trading. I gotcha. Gee, I don't even want to count up. Let's see. Quick math here. I'm approaching 30 years in the market. Scary. December 92 actually for yours truly making an appearance onto the scene. Seems like yesterday, it seems like a lifetime ago. Got my Series 7 license in December of 92. Oh, good. BBY. I took a stab earlier on this one for a little bounce action. And here we are hitting highs again. A lot of people were talking about this chart on FinTwit. And then, of course, they had to gap it down from here to here. Yeah, and to your point, Gilbert, trading's gotten a lot. I never like to use the term easy when we're talking about trading, but ever since we took the bounce off of the COVID low and started popping all-time highs again, well, market might be at all-time highs, but that certainly does not mean that trading becomes easier. Interesting. We just had Apron come through my all-time high ticker. Options must be high in it as well. And if we take a look here at the single stock window, yep, 3 times as many options trading today. So we got it coming through the high or the unusually strong options volume too as it hits new highs and is doing some pretty good volume. Looking at that relative volume level of 3.11. Other people watching Apron too. It just seems like every other commercial now is a food delivery service. Back when Apron came out, there weren't so many. But needless to say that that part of the market's getting a little crowded. I'm old enough to remember the days where you could only get pizza delivered. Now, anything's game. Prepared food delivery, uncooked food like Apron for delivery, grocery delivery, just about anything is delivered these days. That is the economy. Of course, Amazon's starting that trend, now spilling over into all sectors. Genius Sports, interesting. In the betting world, okay. Yeah, I've been known to try my hand at some cooking from time to time as well, Gilbert. All right, Michael, I see your question there. Let me soak it up here. If you wanted to see what the average volume for a symbol was in the first 5 minutes of trading, I got some ideas for that, but when we're talking about the first 10 minutes over the past 30 days, you could go back and look at it in the first 10 minutes and then assemble that data over a 30-day period, but that would be a manual procedure because we don't have a way to tell it, hey, show me the volume in the first 10 minutes over the past 30 days. You can go back and get that 10-minute volume clip manually and just populate a spreadsheet or write it down or whatever. But as far as looking at the average volume for a symbol in the first 5 minutes, okay. First off, do you have a certain symbol in mind, Michael? I could use that as the example that I do. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate an alert window. And we're just going to probably get rid of this. Just get a couple of alerts that'll fire in there. Like these two guys. Not because we really care about the alert. What we're going to do, sure, we'll use Tesla as the example. And then when you're asking about average volume in the first 5 minutes, are we talking about actual shares traded or volume in a certain time frame? The reason I ask, make sure this isn't looking at okay, there we go. Options volume. So I'm just going to throw some different volume filters in here. We could certainly do options volume. We'll just say options volume today is a percentage, and we just say show the column. But if we were interested in other things like volume today shares, right? You just show the column. Or maybe we wanted to see in that 5 minutes, was the 5 minute time frame, was it going crazy? All right, so don't need that. Price, we don't need 1 minute, okay. Well, did I put the right symbol in there? Tesla. Running up now, running down now. It's the rest of these filters I got to get rid of. Because really we're just going to be interested in the what's in these columns here. Okay, so now I could go to history and go to time frame, make sure I'm on today, and just go, okay, what did these volume levels look like in the first 5 minutes? Oops, 8:35 here, 8 o'clock here, or 8:30 to be exact. Okay, so when we do get a hit, I could see, okay, right on the open in that first 1 minute period, option volume was 0.2 of normal. Okay, in the next minute it kicked up to 0.5%. Now keep in mind, 100 is normal. Okay, so once you get to 100, it's done its normal options volume. So these were the small increments that you could see from 8:30 to 8:35. Anytime Tesla like gyrated up and down on the bid, that's when the alert's going to fire, and then it's going to feed us the information that we're looking for here in the form of a column. So in the first 5 minutes, options volume was 2% of normal. You mean the put and call contract volume? Sure, we could, if that's what you mean there, we can always just install those respective options volume, show column, put volume, show column, and then just query the same time frame, first 5 minutes. So you can see options volume. Oh, that's total contracts. And then I got put over here. I thought I was putting calls. Oh, you mean just, okay, yeah. So options volume contracts, options volume percent. There's total contracts. You could say put contracts. And if you wanted to, you could see the call contracts too. So in that first 5 minutes, 1,170,000 options contracts changed hands, which is pretty impressive. So hopefully that's what you're looking for there, Michael. And of course, I just used an alert window. You can always use a top list for this as well. Okay, I just noticed we're right at the 12 o'clock hour Central Time, so let me just see what Barry's status is. And while we're waiting for Barry to come through, oops. I'm going to drop something in here for you, Michael, that you might want to play around with. Okay, so here is a top list, volume options radar, and we can just make sure we can see these guys. Volume today, call volume, put volume, options volume, contracts. I could sort by here, and boom, I can, I can make a list, I can filter. This top list is just looking at stocks meeting this filter criteria. Or you could point to a custom list, Tesla and some other things of the stocks that you want to keep eyes on all these volume metrics here. So I'll drop that in the chat panel here. And you can save that to your cloud and then modify it, point it to a custom list, change up the filter requirements, anything that you think might be beneficial to you. Always a couple of different ways to get the data that you're looking for. No problem. Another little stock that doesn't seem to care. Going up the hard way on these wicks, boy. Doesn't make it very easy, but going up nonetheless. Oh, and BBB, Bed Bath & Beyond continues. Just waiting to see if Barry makes his appearance. All right, well, we're waiting for Barry to show up. If you have any other questions, anybody, go ahead and slide them in. Hi, Pamela. Yeah, well, I was probably just referencing this window here, right? I think I was making the comment that even in a down market like today, you're always going to have stocks that are bucking the trend, just like on an up day, you're going to have stocks that are bucking the trend to the downside. So, yeah, even in this market, we've still got these stocks like Epson, just boom, 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 straight up. Of course, Triple BY, a little bit different of a story as it took a pretty significant gap down and is trying to get a little bit of that back. But plenty of stocks coming out of this window here that, are up on the day. And this is a relatively simple window here, Pamela. It's just looking for stocks hitting new highs, new intraday highs, but the relative volume has to be a minimum of 3, right? Which says, hey, not only are these things hitting highs, but there's some serious volume behind them as well. Then, of course, this is the other version of that ticker, which the filter set is exactly the same. We're just looking for stocks hitting lows. Of course, we're going to have a lot more of these coming through today just due to the nature of the markets. So if you'd like to try these windows out, I'll go ahead and dump them into the chat panel for you. All right, Barry tells me that he is streaming now, so thanks everybody for popping in. I'm going to sign off now and give the screen back to Barry. Hope everybody has a great rest of the day, and we'll see you guys on the flip side. Bye-bye.
All right, ACHL. You guys are talking about ACHL. I'm sure you're talking about a potential short in it. Absolutely. And it is shortable, yes, at Interactive Brokers. Look at the volume coming in. So what we want to see is for the volume to start drying up. Really spready. 778, 815. That's a tough one. 780, 810. That's a tough one. 880, 783, 810. Yeah. Tough to commit unless you can get a midpoint. Now it's 793.8, so it's a little bit better. No, that's tough. 780. I mean, it's tough, guys. If you're watching the spread, and this is what I'm talking about. For the ACHL, I mean, 797, 850. That's a tough spread for an $8 stock. Now, if it gets into pure collapse mode, that won't matter, but, we don't know. We don't know it's going to completely collapse from 798. Now, there's a possibility with IB you can get a fill between. You just pick the midpoint. Let me see if I can. I tried to get a midpoint. I couldn't get it. I'm talking about the ACHL. Now, it may not matter. All right, give me a moment. MNSO, don't think I've seen that one. Probably not showing my scanner because of the relative volume. Yeah, it's still a little light, but all right, guys. Actually, the market's putting in a nice little move here. Nice little move here. I like green candle. So actually, tech is now mildly positive. The Dow is recovering a little bit. SPY is recovering a little bit. Yeah, I know. Wow, look at, okay, guys. I was talking about Bed Bath and Beyond. Look at it now. Look at it now. What a nice bounce off 17 now. Okay, guys, well, this 5 minute chart, lots of topping tails now for ACHL. Yeah, you were going to short it? No, what were you going to do? No shorts available at Interactive Brokers for Jasper. That's still an ugly, ugly spread for the ACHL. Ooh, very ugly. Now it's popping, guys, so be careful. Ooh, hope nobody took that short. Wow, what a spread now. Whew. Is that for me, Femi? Best time frame for option trading? I don't know. I don't know if there's such a thing of a best time frame. I don't trade options, so I'm not sure if that question's for me. I don't know if Jamie is still in the room. I don't trade options, so I cannot tell you. What is high don't repeat? It just means that there's the first time, for instance, ride. There's the first time saw the symbol ride at 9:31, and I won't. So that's the first time. So I'm not going to repeat every time ride would make a new high. In a normal alert window, you'll see every time if you have new high as your alert. Every time you would see ride making a new high, you would see it over and over and over and over again. So what I've done in this don't repeat is this is the first time you see the symbol. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from there? So take a look at ride as an example. First time the alert happened at 9:31 time, of course. The price was 8:31. There's the blue arrow. You can see that's the candle in which the alert happened on the 15-minute chart. Can't see it on the 5. I'd have to go back. But from there, I mean, that was obviously a very early one, but got up to 893 from 831. So that is what, well, I have an option scanner, but I'm not trading options. Okay, my option scanner, sorry, I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. My option scanner is just showing stocks that are having abnormal option activity. And then I trade the stock. I don't trade the options. It's just another way of looking at stocks having an abnormal day, zeroing in on the option activity. So again, yeah, you can go back, just going to go back in time and see, okay, from that first alert, what happened? It's the same thing for this one. It's a don't repeat also. Most of my, this is the only one that is a repeating. Actually, it's a repeating, but it's sort of a modified repeating, okay? So I do want to see every time Bed Bath & Beyond makes a new high, but I only want to see the symbol one time in the list. And that is a way of doing this type of a sort. I don't want to confuse people too much, but group and sort by, and I'm grouping and sort by, I want the newest at the top, sort by time in descending order. So what happens is, if BBBY makes another new high, what is that, at 771, right? That's the high. So if it took out that high, I would see it again. It's just that I'm not going to see the symbol over and over again. I only want to see it one time in this list, if that makes sense. Just another way, instead of having, a long list of stocks, same stock, every time it makes a new high, I'm going to see it over and over again. Just to further hammer the point home. And now nothing is going to. Okay, you see how DNB is repeating itself every time it made a new high? FSR repeating itself every time it made a new high. So in this particular, the way I've got this organized is that I would see FSR when it made a new high, but I'd only see it one time in the list. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. It's just another way of organizing it. Yeah, it is inch by inch, but I'm just not that interested. I just think that, what's the high right there? 730, and the next high is 752. Yeah, I'm a little bit wrong. Okay, so the next high in the weekly chart is 848. So I guess it does have a little bit of room to run. I just think I need the market a little bit more on my side to take anything long right now, even if it is coming from my option scanner. Just days where you, well, for me anyway, just got to sit back and not get too excited about taking anything, unless it really sets up for me. I'm just not that interested. Sam, yeah, it was okay. I mean, I shorted Bed Bath and Beyond pre-market, and I had a nice long short with HBI that I'm out of. Other than that, I think I tried a long in the Grom, got stopped out for a little loss. It's just been a quiet day for me. It's been a quiet day, based on the things that I am watching, of course. Oh, the AMTX, that's right. The AMTX was a nice one, briefly. Came from my option scanner at 1890, or at, 1890. Popped up to 1979, almost $1, but then it just fell. So, not a tremendous amount of follow through. So Femi, you can take a look at my options scanner. Now, all the scans that I'm sharing are in my homepage. You can go to the scan section, and it's called Unusual Option Activity, something like that. Here's the scan section. Click here. Unusual strong options. Okay. And again, not too much happening today. And as I'm saying, I am getting closer and closer to maybe putting a minimum of $5 on it. But you don't have to. Ader, let's take a look at Ader. I know somebody was talking about Ader earlier. Yeah, I just did a big bottom again. What did it get up to? Got up to 1084, and then there's a dollar drop. I just have a tough time with these. Now there's a big drop now for Bed Bath and Beyond. That's a big drop now. Earnings play. I don't think the WSB crowd can do anything on that one. Yeah, it is the last day of the quarter. You're right. September is, let's just see. Let's just take a look at the SPY. Take a look at the monthly. Well, there you go. Now, let's go back. Yeah, so historically, September is the worst month in the market, historically. And, well, there's the red bar right there. So compared to all the other ones, this was last September, another red bar. Previous September to that, not so much, but historically, September is the worst month in the market. Worst if you're looking, to go long. We don't care. We're always finding things to trade, but if you got longer term holds, and it can get pretty ugly in September. Outside of range. Well, if you use the filter, say if give me a range, James, one of the ranges. All you have to do is just put in the min or anything over 100%, and then it'll be outside the range. So, for instance, if I do this. If I look at, say, the range, question is, can you have a filter? Let me go position. So, for instance, position in 5-day range. Okay, if you wanted it to be outside, you just put 100 and whatever number you want. 101. Okay, so that'll be above the 5-day range because it's always looking back 5 days. Well, okay, here. So this is going to be 1% minimum. And if you put 105, so that would be, as an example, 1 to 5% above the 5-day range, as an example. Now, what are you trying to accomplish? Are you wanting to see stocks? Again, you can only use the ranges that we have, but so what are you talking about? Are you talking about the first print of the day, the gap? I mean, that's my definition of the gap. Are you talking about the first print of the day? Okay, well, we have a gap filter. Oops. So we have a gap filter. So for instance, if you wanted the gap to be a minimum, of 2% or above 1%, so that's the minimum you want. And if you want it to be, I'll just throw this in, at least 1% down, that's what you would do. You put the min at 1 and the max at -1 as an example. William. Okay. So for instance, I've got a gap scanner, gap up. No, I'm sorry, that's not a gap. Well, it is a gap scanner. Yes, it is. Make sure I'm... Yeah, so it's a gap scanner, yeah. So in this particular case, so the gap had to be 4% above and at least 25 cents above the previous close, as an example. Okay, that's the gap up. Those are the filters I'm using. And on the downside, it's just the reverse. It would have to be down 4% and down at least 25 cents, as an example. Well, look at apron. Okay, so I'm wrong. I mean, 721. Or am I wrong? We'll see. LPTX. Okay, I'll take a look. What time frame? What time frame? Up here? Yeah. I see it here on the 5-minute chart. I see it here on the 15. Yeah, I do see it. That could be a magnet. You know, we talk about bottoming tails maybe being, you know, where you see them out of the blue, maybe being a magnet to move down. And sometimes the topping tails are the same. Sometimes. Couldn't tell you, Robert. I couldn't tell you. Okay, TEDU was halted. TEDU was halted because of news. Oh man, wonder what their news is going to be. Look at this one, guys. This is an earnings play. Miller, or Herman Miller. Office equipment. Nice chairs and all, but it's getting thumped here. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market. It really didn't have that much activity in the pre-market, but it is now slowly sinking. And look left on that weekly chart. The low is 38.75. So that's below that low. Boy, this has got some room. This has got a little bit of room, this Herman Miller. All right, let's see if it continues down here. All right, guys. Well, Apron is inching its way up. I'm very late into it. I thought, okay, it does have some room. I'm very late into it. Probably won't make very much unless it goes into the 50s or so, but and Herman Miller is just inching. It reminds me a little bit like Bed Bath and Beyond, a little bit. And that it's an earnings play. The only thing with Bed Bath and Beyond, of course, is that it did pop, but this maybe going to inch its way down. It's not a super high float though, 75 million. So I got to be careful. I shouldn't ask, but I guess you have shorts for Jasper? Sometimes I still can't tell what this was. It is not listed as an IPO on my IPO calendar. So I can't quite tell what this was. If this was a SPAC. Well, maybe in the old news. Yes, okay, yes. So it is a SPAC. It was a SPAC. I think somebody actually mentioned that earlier. I forgot. So this was a SPAC. So this is not, well, it's an IPO, but it's, when it was a SPAC, look how much further it was up. It was about 5 times the price when it was a SPAC. Is that right? Because it's 20%, just 20% above the lows. All right, guys. Well, listen, Apron. I didn't take it at 721. You know, I was dumping all over it, but you know, I did take it in the what did I get at 32, I guess. So, but it's moving a little bit, and it's starting to approach. It's not. It's still not above the 5-minute Bollinger Band. I know, inch by inch. I know. Weber Barbecues. Let's see what they're doing. Yeah, not a, well, I don't know. I mean, so the IPO last month got up to 20. So as far, you know, I mean, it's not terrible. It's about 25% below, but probably right around the IPO price. All right, guys, give me another break. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Actually, I'm getting OG. Look at OG came back from the dead because this was a nice little break here now. Actually, for OG, been a bit choppy, up down, but now a nice break. Kind of a late bloomer. All right, guys. I took a little loss on the MLHR. Okay, not moving the way I wanted it to, and just so all I've got right now is the apron, which is now actually starting Starting to do pretty nicely. Was it? Well, let's just see if it was. The answer is COG was. Maybe that's what you're thinking. Not OG. Yeah, it was COG, not OG. And also, see, your eyes are going on you. We had OG here with GoGo, and we had OG here with COG. Okay. And now Dole is showing up. Okay, Dole is showing up on the option scanner. So now we're starting to get a few later on in the day. Now, let's take a look at Dole. Dole is 1789 in the pre-market. That was the high. Wow, apron. Okay, guys. Hey, a winner. I shouldn't have doubted it really because it did have room. I guess I was more concerned about the overall market, but that's a winner. Definitely a winner. I mean, from 721 to 753, that's a great percentage move. I didn't get it at 721, but I think I said that if I got into the 50s, I'd be happy, and well, it's into the 50s. So, how much do I want to believe my option scanner right now? Let's see if it gets back up to 1760 because, you know, look at the room it's got. I mean, I don't know if this is an IPO here, but let's pretend it is. I guess it is. I guess it is because it says it's 148%. Because it's looking at the last high. Well, I'm definitely keeping an eye on Dole now because it hit that high in the pre-market of almost 18. What's the spread like? Spread is okay. It's only 2 cents. All right, well, I've taken some off. I've taken some of the apron off now. I said if it got into the 50s, I'd be happy. So I'm not going to chance it. So off some of the apron. All right, guys, so all I'm doing, there was the alert up here at 1760, just putting a price alert there and see if it takes it out. Look what happened. Look at the volume that came in, but now the decreasing volume, decreasing share price, decreasing volume. Interest is waning a bit, but if we get another volume push, I'm in. You don't have to do the same thing. And meanwhile, so tech is trying to go positive actually. Dow is still getting thumped, so is the SPY, just looking right there. That's why it was a little bit difficult for me to commit to taking apron with the market doing what it was doing. Well, just go to the channel bar at Perfect Circle. I don't. I don't. You just have to go to the channel bar. It's there. It's called sector status. I don't share it because it's you have it. I go to dock channel bar and sector status. Okay. Yeah, there are probably some of you that could take that channel and take a look at the and have that up. I wouldn't personally. It doesn't. I'm not as interested, but you could have that up and running the whole day, just to see how the sectors are doing all day long. I mean, what I found interesting more than anything. So how much can you shrink this? Yeah, so you could shrink it to something like this. So, in the pre-market, and now look what's happening. I mean, in the pre-market, energy 100% were down for the day. Half an hour ago, 33% were actually up. And now look at what's happening in energy now. Starting to drift down. Technology is making a little bit of a comeback. Virtually all the sectors were up. Of course, the market had a gap up. Excuse me, a little gap up in the pre-market. So that's when we were looking at this. So all the sectors were up except for energy. But now look what's happened. Yeah, you just move it to another screen, just like I'm doing. It's all floating. Remember, you have to be using the latest version. The latest version, meaning you have to have the dock channel bar as an option. If you don't have that, then you have to. Otherwise, when you click, if you went to channel bar and you clicked on it, your layout will disappear. And that's not what you want. Oh, these poor people who got into Corvus because of the memes and all that. Look at this, 10, cut in half, holding, the hope that it's going to go back up. So I want to answer a question that I see a lot that comes into our support desk, okay? And there might be, some of you might be out there who haven't asked the question but are wondering, well, why does this happen? So let me just do something here. So the question is, hey, I've got a topless window and I get no data in the pre-market, as an example. Okay, I get no data in the pre-market. Once the market opens, I get data. How come? The normal reason is because you are using, if you right-click configure, and if you have the relative volume filter, this relative volume filter, okay, add the filter. If you're using this, which is okay once the market opens. But if you have this and you have a value in there, in the pre-market, you'll get no data. Okay? That's number one. Now you might say, well, I don't have that. I'm still getting no data. Then the more obscure reason is if you click on sort, this server sort that I hate, and if it happens to be sorted on relative volume, right there, if it's sorted on this, you'll get no data. Okay? So again, top list window, not getting any data pre-market, wondering why. It's because you have the relative volume as an active filter with a value in it. And that's why all of a sudden when the market opens, you're getting data. Or in this sort up here, it is sorted on relative volume. Okay, so those are the two reasons. Usually it's the first reason. Okay guys, today is Thursday, so I will be in this marketing meeting, and I actually have something to do pretty soon after that marketing meeting, so depending how long it goes, I may be shutting the room down a little bit earlier. I actually have something I have to do and get to a place, so I may shut the room down a little bit earlier today, if that's okay. Maybe around 10 to 3. I mean, not crazy early, but I'll be in this marketing meeting, from 2 to whatever time. I don't expect it to be that long, but you never know. Some get long-winded. Or I may stay till 3. I mean, it'll just it'll just be a little bit tight, that's all. So I'll just put the announcement here. Okay, guys, so I'm totally out of the apron. It wasn't a bad trade. I mean, it wasn't incredible, but it wasn't a bad trade given the circumstances of the day. Okay, I wanted to get into the 50s. I was rewarded and got out basically in the 50s a couple of times. And that was from the option scanner. The only one I'm kind of waiting on is the Dole. See if it takes out the trigger, or the alert was at 1760, and see if it takes it out. I mean, it's basing beautifully, like it's really, really basing nicely. So what has to happen? It has to pop through on volume. Okay, pop through on volume, like a volume bar like this. If it doesn't happen, so I've got an alert set, but if it doesn't happen I have a price alert set. If it doesn't happen, I'm going to back right up. I have a price alert set. If it activates, great, I'll know about it. But if it doesn't happen on volume, I won't take the trade. You guys are talking about LPTX. Yeah, it's had a great 3 weeks. And look at the look at the month, look at the volume this month compared to the previous months. Is it a low float? Yeah, 46 million. It's not low, but it's also not crazy high. And the main thing is look at the room it still has. Next high in the monthly chart is 497. Then the fantasy level would be around 8. Oh, guys, the meeting has started, so I got to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back, and what time is it? 2:39. So I'll be leaving pretty soon. I may be leaving at 10 to 3. And stay away from Grom. I actually tried to trade that one again. It took another small loss on it. That is just a miserable one to try to trade today. So I actually thought that this was going to be it when it. What did it do? When it got up to this level right about there, I thought, okay, 420, 425. Looked like it was going to pop through 430. Looked like it might attack that area, and who knows, maybe even. But man, oh man, it just dropped. So I took a little loss on it, but I'm just staying away from it now. Yeah, and I do see the AMC ripping here. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume right here. My goodness. The volume increasing, exploding right here. You can see the candles. Yeah, somebody posted that earlier. That wasn't, I don't think it was from Global News Canada, but I think somebody posted something like that earlier. Goods! All right, I'll take a look at BB. Well, you never know. Maybe not BlackBerry, but maybe BBBY. That is another one of their favorite ones. Of course, it had earnings today. You know what? I mean, watch it. I mean, just watch it. See if it breaks out on volume. If they get a hold of that one also. All right, guys, one last talk about our test drive that is coming up very soon. Tomorrow's Friday, so you'll actually have, in 2 weeks, you'd actually have access to the program. No live data until the 11th. Somebody asked me about Tilray. That was just almost like a one-day wonder, or a one-week wonder. But Tilray, I think, also had some, the cannabis sector itself, I think, had some good news. So I don't think it's specific to Tilray. Okay, I think the cannabis sector had some decent news. So I think Tilray is moving. I'm sure most of them are moving then. CGC. Yeah, so they're all moving. And I don't think it's a meme stock so much as something happening within the marijuana. Yeah, so the bill to federally legalize marijuana approved by Key House. Okay? So I don't think it's really a meme stock as such as just moving with the industry or the sector. I'm also going to pop this link in here. It's called non-subs. 20 lessons for non-subscribers. So if you're going to take the test drive, do yourself a favor, learn a little bit about about trade ideas before you do. When you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. All right, so it'll cost $11.11. It'll run from the 11th of October to the 22nd. Those are the dates, can't be changed. You'll get 10 days if you can take advantage of the 11th to the 22nd, okay? So it's not 10 days from whenever you start. It'll cost $11.11. If you're a standard subscriber, you want to upgrade to premium for those 10 days, you can do so. If you sign up today, you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You're not getting any live data until the 11th. Okay? Also, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. And we don't put you into a subscription. Guys, just as I was talking about BBBY, look at it go. Again, this is a meme stock. There has been anyway. So it looks like it's trying to pop out of here. It's an earnings play. I mean, that's the number one reason why I got hammered down today. But it is a meme stock. All you have to do is go back to that infamous week in January, and you can see, you'll see a lot of the meme stocks. They'll look just like this. Huge topping tails. Okay? But also here in May, I think of, yeah, May of this year, it became a meme stock again. I'm not saying it is going to be. I'm just saying you can watch it. If it breaks out on volume, you never know. Yeah, this was out earlier. I mean, this was out last night. That SEC news about Jim Swartout and also Hood, etc. That was last night. Unless there's some more advanced news now. Just a rehash, yeah. Well, look, guys. I mean, look at BBBY. I mean, okay. And as always, my homepage, a lot of information. So when you click on my homepage link, save the link. A lot of information here, the huge education section, and all my scans are here, okay? All the scans that I'm sharing, plus a reasonable facsimile of the layout that I'm sharing. Also, stock of the day video that I do every day at noon. Trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. So save my link, then you can look at, especially these two sections, you can look at them whenever you want. You know, again, if Triple BY takes out 18, I mean, I know it's way above the Bollinger Bands here, but if it becomes truly another meme, like a meme stock, and starts to run like the rest of them, see you tomorrow, Commodore. No, I see it. I see. I know. Game GME. Lots of volume. Looks a lot like the AMC in terms of the AMC volume. I think is even more. No, it's about the same. About the same. So look how it's tailing off now, though. Okay. This does not have the same look at all. Okay, there's no big volume increase. So again, I'm just pointing this one out because it has been a meme stock. All right, guys. So as I said before, I've got a bit of a little jammed up time-wise for an appointment I have to be at. So hope you don't mind. I think I will shut the. Oh, I have to look at costs. I will shut the room down right now. That's okay. Yeah, look at costs. The same thing. So BBBY really surprised. I'm a little bit surprised. Maybe there's just too many to chase for them. But watch this one maybe tomorrow, especially if these meme stocks continue. I will, Jose. Thank you, and you too. All right, everybody. I think I'll shut the room down now. I will open it tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Give me a moment. Oh, nice to see you, Lawrence. Yeah, come on back. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and usually 3 p.m. I just have to take off a little bit early today. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for all the help, all the great contributions, as always in the room all day long. It's very much appreciated. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.